This is a horror game podcast. It is meant for mature audiences. It may contain adult language, violence, and sexual themes, as well as shocking revelations. Viewer discretion is advised. Greetings, fellow investigators, and welcome to our video podcast, Into the Darkness, where my friends and I are playing the Heaven and Earth role-playing game. I'm your host, Thom Raley. The scenario is For Our God is a Consuming Fire. It was written by Matthew Sanderson, who is also our game master, and this is a one-shot, a recap. So, with that being said, let's begin our journey into the darkness. Matthew?
Right, thank you very much, Tom. So the first thing I thought we might do, because this is a new system for everyone in the game, so I think I'm one of the very few people out there that seems to have ever played this, and it's one of my favorite RPGs, is to have a quick rundown of how the mechanics work. So this is a game that's been through a few different editions and a few different mechanics. So we're going to be using the third edition of the rule sets as published by Abstract Nova back in 2004. In this, it's a bit more close to the traditional end of the scale, so it uses dice rather than a combination of cards or other things that the previous systems used. The core mechanic behind this is when you perform an action, I, as the GM, will set the difficulty, whether that be something that is on a scale between easy or nearly impossible. And that difficulty determines the type of dice that you roll. Generally, the more difficult it is, the fewer sides of the dice. You're adding to your roll a combination of one of your stats or your attributes, things like coordination, strength, awareness, fortitude, aura, or knowledge. To give a quick rundown on what each of those are, coordination is very much like agility or dexterity in other games. Strength, as it says on the tin. Fortitude is your mental resilience, your kind of willpower. Awareness is a combination of your perception and wits. Aura is a combination of charisma and intimidation, so it's kind of the interpersonal skill there. It can be how charming, but also how scary you can be. And knowledge is your learning and general wisdom. Now, they range between 1 and 5. Normally, 2 is kind of the average for a normal human. 5 is the maximum possible that a human could possibly have. So you start with that die type, you add one of your stats, one of those attributes, and then you also add an occupational or extracurricular skill modifier if it's something that would fit into any of those categories. Now, everyone in this particular scenario is connected with the FBI, so you've all had like police training, or whether, for instance, things like that could involve, I know how to handle a firearm, or I know how to clean a firearm. I know various bits about legalese, so I know what your rights are in the event of you being arrested. I know various bits about court procedure, that kind of thing. But if it went into something in the region of, I need to know about the construction of a nuclear reactor, that's a little bit outside of your sphere. But if you had an occupation of nuclear physicist, then you would potentially have that kind of information. So it's something that if you believe your occupation would dictate that you have learned something about the action in question that you're trying to perform, then you get that bonus. Bonuses range from 1 to 3, rookie being 1 point, professional being 2 points, and veteran being 3 points. And if you don't have something that fits into your occupation, if you have an extracurricular skill, they're also rated on rookie, professional, veteran level. They can still add a +1, +2, or +3, but they don't stack with an occupation benefit. It's one or the other. But they're more specialized. They're things like occupational extracurricular skill might be something like gambling or archery. It's very much that one thing that it does. So it gives everyone the ability to just have those extra little things that they have as a hobby or interest that's outside of their outside of their normal wheelhouse for what they do for their job. Now, once you've got those modifiers together, your target number is 9. So that's why, if it's a fewer side of the dice, it's why it becomes very much more difficult to perform things. Because if you're doing something that's nearly impossible, it's a D4. I would like to know how you hit a target of 9 without any bonuses, unless you've got some non-Euclidean dice, and in which case I want it because I need all the help I can get with my dice rolls. See pretty much any other video on the channel to see evidence of that. But there are some things that you can do to tip kind of fate in your favor. So all characters have a number of points of destiny on their sheet. So you can spend 1 destiny to re-roll a dice if you want. If you think, I've got a pretty good bonus here, but it's for whatever reason, maybe your first attempt didn't work, so you can spend a point of destiny to re-roll. Or you can spend 2 points to just say, I passed the roll. But in an ongoing game, the game master awards you destiny for completion of various things like your goals or your agendas, and then completion of storylines. Destiny also equates to your XP. So it's whether you want to literally burn through your XP to get re-rolls and succeed in the short term, or do you want to bank it and save it going forward? There are a couple of types of damage in the game. You've got blunt, which is everyone has a number of points of blunt damage that their character can take. I believe it's 20 points. So various different types of blunt or impact trauma, such as being punched or hit with a baseball bat. That will take off points of your blunt track. But if you're stabbed or get hit with a chainsaw or shot, something that's more piercing, that will take off lethal points of damage. And when all of your lethal is filled up, then you're dead. So it's a fairly unforgiving system in combat. It can get pretty deadly pretty quickly. If we actually get to combat. There are a couple of times when I've run this scenario where there hasn't been a single combat at all. So see how you go. Other than that, there's a couple of other rules, but we'll explain those as and when they come up. But understanding the core, what they call action checks in the game, that idea of getting to a target number of 9, right? That's pretty much the core mechanic that the rest of the system runs around. So that said, a quick bit of intro into the setting for this particular scenario. It is Thursday, the 3rd of July, 2003. So you're 1 day away from the long July 4th weekend in Kansas City, Missouri, with the local regional FBI office. All of the characters are members of the FBI, either being special agents or being consultants that are in the employ of the FBI that are specialists in their particular field. Things have been relatively quiet on various levels for your different departments over the course of the last week or so. But at least local enforcement, law enforcement, are getting ready for the hell that is otherwise known as July 4th, where various people will either be doing stupid things like accidentally setting themselves on fire with fireworks displays, getting drunk and disorderly with their next door neighbors, doing something that will involve them making an ass of themselves and getting the police called out on them. But that's generally local problems. You are more regional and more, I'd say, operate on the federal level. So it has to be something severe before you guys get called in. So there's a general hope around the office of people crossing their fingers and going, please God, let it be a quiet weekend. And amongst this backdrop, it's about 9 a.m. as you guys are filtered into the office. And we'll do a quick round robin because not everyone here has had a chance to introduce themselves to each other as their characters yet. So just in the order I've got on my screen, Leo, what would your fellow agents know about you, and what have you decided to reveal from your background of maybe odd experiences that you've had?
Well, I mean, they would all know that I'm Leo Shadrach. I'm a consultant for the FBI. I used to perform as a mentalist, and so they've kind of deemed that I've got a good knowledge of trickery and and things like that. Plus, I've had some experience in assisting in cases that dealt with some odd sorts of things. I also have a bit of an uncanny ability to read people pretty well. Yeah. I like to gamble. I love poker. So anytime that I can get you guys involved in a poker game while we're waiting for something to happen, I'll do it.
You might want to sit down and have a definite limit, though, when you go down to a game with Leo. Right, and again, just going around the order on my screen. Stu, what about you?
Stu is, middle-aged, salt and pepper, professional, clean-cut looking guy. He's a lawyer, but not the greasy kind, or at least not the bad greasy kind. He looks like you guys would probably know that he's been shot before in the chest, and so he has maybe a little bit of a problem with pills. He takes them every now and then for the pain. And he also loves gambling, although even with his lucky green plastic clear visor on, he still seems to always lose.
Yeah.
But he's due.
Worked for Data in Star Trek. Why can't it work for you? Oh.
Exactly.
All right, next round, and I must say, very good first name here. Mateus.
Yeah, Mateus Weaver, never met Mateus. Um, yeah, everybody knows that I was a paramedic before I joined the FBI. Uh, a strange incident on a bus is what actually got me involved with the FBI and our special organization. As a paramedic, I'm a past paramedic. I'm very glad I'm not working 4th of July weekend. The number of lost fingers and damaged eyes from the fireworks. I'm glad I'm not dealing with that. And that's also why I don't wear ties. Saw too many ties, get caught in machines and things like that. No, thank you. Mateus is late 30s. He keeps pretty fit. Exercise is an important thing for him. And when he gets a break, he loves to paint, oil painting. Landscapes are some of his favorite things. He likes to travel out into the country and take his long weekend and paint.
Yeah, you're good. Especially resonates with anyone who's read Watchmen there about, what do they call him? Dollar Bill. Never wear a cape if you're a superhero, or in this case,
Yeah.
never wear a tie if you're in the FBI. Next round, we got Blake.
Blake James. I had a reasonably significant little career as a suspense and horror novelist. If you're getting things reliably from hardback into paperback, if you see old copies of your work in the Salvation Army, you made a little dent, but research for a title got me involved in a sort of peculiar personal investigation that ended up bringing me into the fold of the federal agency. I'm working on my magnum opus, but I've also got an interesting day job now. I also was a 2-pack-a-day smoker for some time, and you just can't smoke anywhere anymore, and people give you so much shit about it. So I'm just working on my oral fixation. If I'm not chewing on a pen, it's a pencil or it's a toothpick, or my fingernails are a mess. But it's been 8 years, goddammit.
Yeah, keep on the wagon. Right, and last but not least, Grant. Tell us about yourself.
Okay, so Grant Hendrickson is probably the newest guy on the force. He just recently joined, although he's not super young. He's mid-30s. He's kind of a blocky guy. He's like a former high school football player turned gym teacher. And he had a sudden career change a few years ago and joined the force. So you guys probably think of him as kind of the clueless new guy. And he's from Minnesota, where he does an awful lot of fishing. He talks a lot about fishing. And the reasons for him joining the force, he's kept pretty closely to himself. He had some kind of weird experience that convinced him he was in the wrong career, and what he lacks in experience, I guess you could say he makes up for in enthusiasm. So there's that.
Gotcha. Right. So as alluded to, all of the characters have at least some brush in some way with the supernatural or something that is unexplained, that is out there. And this is what's brought them to the attention of the FBI, in particular to an individual that runs a division kind of off the books in the FBI, and by the name of Jim, who I am blanking on his...
Lewis.
That's
Jim
it,
Lewis.
Jim Lewis. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm blanking on his surname for a sec. That he has got a group of people around him that he can call upon and rely on when it comes up, when the FBI in their regular job come across these weird instances out there, because he's very much of the opinion, and the others that he always just refers to as above him are very much a case that they all believe that this stuff should not get out into the public. That the public is best kept ignorant of such things. That there's enough out there for people to deal with. I mean, this is 2003, so 9/11 has not been too long ago. The war on terror is active. You've got plenty of stuff that the public can be worried about. They don't need to have stories about ghosts or magicians or anything like that, or monsters that go bump in the night. They say they've got enough on their plate as it is. So you guys go into a situation and try to smooth it over and cover it up as best you can, but then submit a report back to Jim, who will then pass it up the chain so that it goes into archives. But maybe some of you are maybe starting to question a little bit about maybe how this organization works. But that's down to your own personal beliefs there. But yeah, one of the things he's done is, as he's gradually handpicked these people, he's given them a red tie, which is a symbol so that if you are on a mission and he gives you a tie, it's a hint that there's something odd going on here, but maybe the rest of your other FBI agents don't necessarily know about it. But it's kind of a unwritten code or unspoken code that you can be clued in on whenever you're working with operatives that aren't in the know. In this case, you all have red ties, so everyone knows at least something about what's going on here.
Except Matthias keeps his in his pocket. He shows it to us if he has to.
They make great impromptu handcuffs if you need them. So, as mentioned, it's about 9 o'clock. Everything has been pretty nice. There's that general air, though, of keeping the fingers crossed. Guys around the water cooler are talking about the plans they've got for the weekend. A couple of folks are getting hot drinks in the kitchenette area. Someone has brought out the obligatory box of donuts that they make the joke about. They managed to get them away from the local law enforcement before they swooped on the donut shop. But you all receive said in the style for the Times here, you all get a page come through. So this on your pager that says, please report to Jim's office ASAP.
What this is about.
There goes my trip to St. Louis for painting this weekend.
Whoa. I hope we can still go fishing.
I'm just glad because Babs has this whole thing with the neighbors planned out, and I really can't stand my neighbors. So I've been wanting to get out of it.
I've been managing to keep up the lie that I'm allergic to macaroni salad for 5 years now, but I think if I had one more 4th of July, that lie would crack.
Well, let's go see what he wants.
Here's hoping that you can make a case stretch out into the next 3 days. Right. So you head into Jim's office. He's got one of those lovely corner offices that looks out onto the river that runs fairly nearby the FBI office around here. You're relatively close to the border because those that don't know, Kansas City is kind of split in two parts. You've got Kansas City, Missouri, and then Kansas City, Kansas, and the river is pretty much the dividing line between the two. So there's a little bit of open ground around where the FBI office is. There's a major intersection that runs along the north side as well, but you've got a relatively good view here. The buildings aren't particularly tall, and it's a nice view of the otherwise relatively flat country around you. But yeah, he opens the door up and then gestures for you to sit down. And first off, you can see there's a kind of look of apprehension on his face where he says, I'm sorry to call you in here. I've probably got something that might ruin your weekend, so I'm hoping that no one's got any pressing engagements.
Oh, jeez.
No, nothing at all.
Yeah, I just have plans to go to St. Louis and paint all weekend, so hopefully I can cancel my Airbnbs.
I'm sure we'll be able to sort out something. If you do run into any problems like that, let me know. I can help try and put some of that on expenses if need be, and we can arrange to sort out when time off can be given in lieu. So I've had a quick tip off. I mean, we haven't been brought in any official capacity as yet, but local law enforcement have got a problem that's right on our doorstep. It's less than a kilometer away from here. The Crossroads Preparatory Academy. I don't know if any of you guys maybe pass it on the way in. It's literally like 2 or 3 blocks to the west, to the east of here, or the north.
Yeah, I think my neighbor's kid goes there.
Oh, sure, the community college.
Well, it's a preparatory academy, so getting ready for the kids before they head off to university. But it's quite an affluent area, so you've got a lot of rich kids that head there. Well, we had say a tip off that there was an all call went out to the PD there, where sometime very shortly after school, the lessons were just starting this morning, so no more than about half an hour ago. There was a report of what they were calling spontaneous human combustion, where it seems that their local school counsellor, a lady by the name of Paige Linton, was staggering out of her office and had literally gone up like a Roman candle. She was completely head to foot wreathed in flame. She's been put out by one of the teachers that was in a neighboring classroom. He rushed out, doused her with a fire extinguisher. Paramedics turned up fairly quick and have got her over at the hospital, but they're giving her about maybe 85% chance of not pulling through, or if you want to look at it on a positive spin, about 15% chance of pulling through. She's quite literally hanging on by a thread at this point, with third-degree burns all over her body.
Oh gosh, that's terrible.
I mean, what do you know? Was some sort of accelerant used, or?
Oh, this. He looks at the clock, looks back to you. Local PD have had half an hour on site, so I haven't heard anything back from them as yet. But when some smart ass started using the phrase like spontaneous human combustion, and he looks over to Mateus at that point, it's like, I think this might be something in our wheelhouse.
Yeah, that I don't know if you guys saw, but this particular subject is very challenging for me. The initial incident that got me into this division was about people catching on fire, and it was horrific. So it turned out to be a person who was catching other people on fire. So we need to look for that possibility as well.
So arson. It was somebody purposefully burning people?
Well, the person that did it, they were trying to escape. I'm not sure who, maybe from someone in our division, although I haven't been able to find any proof of that. They were trying to escape, and we got stopped. And when they accosted the people trying to escape, that's when they caught on fire. I didn't see any accelerant or anything. I'm telling you, the guy just thought and they caught on fire.
Okay.
So we're
yeah.
dealing with a bad actor here.
Maybe. I'm hoping
Yes.
it's not the same thing.
Well,
It's like that
I mean,
movie, Firestarter.
Now, the only way
pyro-
they stopped the guy was they had these injections of something called tricophenylaldehyde, which is a neural
yeah.
inhibitor.
Right.
And luckily, I got a couple right here just in case.
Oh,
Okay,
geez.
so okay, because I was going to say that, I mean, I have read stuff on SHC before, and it's usually an accident. The person falls asleep with a cigarette and they die, and the natural oils in their body keep them burning, but it's usually really slow burn. If you're talking about somebody bursting into flame, then it's either an accelerant or,
Well, and it almost
psychokinesis.
seemed like an accelerant
pyrokinesis.
too, because anybody that was on fire, anything they touched caught on fire as well, like more
Jesus.
so than just normal. So like it was almost like they were covered in something that they could transfer to other people or bus seats or whatever.
Wow.
It was
I like
horrific.
fire, like you said, Firestarter, that Stephen King novel.
Oh my gosh.
Given the approaching holiday and the nature of working as a counselor in a prep school, I'd say it's a little more likely that Counselor Litton liked the morning snort and she had a prankster student who set a firework off at her desk.
No,
And,
that's possible.
Because is the thing with human combustion that it looks like you burn from the inside out.
It's just slow.
So if she's got third-degree burns on the outside, it seems like she got something on her. That's all.
Yeah, like
You
some
know.
sort of, but to happen so quickly, I mean, we can't discount the fact. I mean, we don't know if there is such a thing as pyrokinesis, but
How old is she?
we might as well.
Paige, according to the description that I got fed from the paramedics turn up, she's 55.
I think we should get on site as quickly as we can so we can see what this is. Maybe I can reach out to one of my buddies on the paramedics and see if I can get some more information that way.
Jim, is there any way we could get like, I don't know, like from animal control tranquilizer guns? You could put some of that stuff in a tranquilizer gun, so you don't have to walk up to the fire starter and shoot her.
Yeah,
shoot her from a distance.
We don't even need fire control. We'll have that stuff in the in the armory here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Because I don't think Matthias wants to get close enough to. Here, hold still while I stick this in your arm.
Well, and if this is a case like what I experienced, the person's rage matched their fire. It was very scary to look into his eyes and see this hatred and desire to just destroy, to burn the world is what it felt like. It just radiated off of him. I helped him escape the bus. So it's possible it's the same person, but of course he's older than a high school student. So they were in their 20s.
Is this technically high school or is it college level?
It's not university. It's kind of that intermediate step between the two.
It's preparatory to college. It's to give the kids that have bank daddies a leg up to get into a better school than their smarts would get them into.
I guess what I'm asking is, are they 16, 17, and 18-year-olds? Or are they 18, 19, and 20-year-olds?
The first bracket.
The former.
Okay, so it is still what we would call high school age.
Yeah.
A puberty age. So maybe puberty has something to do with it.
It's pretty late for puberty. I don't know. Maybe you were a late bloomer.
Maybe it just builds up, that teenage angst.
Plenty of hormones for sure.
It's all over the place.
Yeah, I'll give you 10 to 1 that has a firecracker source.
Probably. Let's hope.
Rich kids in high school. The question is whether the officer that said spontaneous human combustion is just a wise ass, or if there's something mysterious. Because if there's a broken bottle of, rum in her office and a smoky patch, then they probably wouldn't have said that unless,
We're not going to
Something
figure
that
out
some
any of this
Mhm.
talking about it. We need to get there.
right. Something
He's
that some
right.
kid cooked up in chemistry class could have done it too, maybe.
Yeah.
Never underestimate how stupid a high school kid can be.
Yeah. All right.
I've let the local PD know that I'll be sending down a small team, literally just to help out because we are on the doorstep. Like I said, this is like 2
Right.
blocks that way.
Right.
So we're offering your services should it be required. But also, if it does turn into a federal issue, then obviously you can swoop in and say, well, we're here right from the start. But if there is a way to find out what's going on and say if it is a firecracker, by all means, great, just reveal that. But if it is something more, make sure they believe it's a firecracker or some just accident.
Sure.
I'm going to head back to my desk and start making some calls to see if I can find out any more details. I'll meet you guys over there, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I've still got a little jug of Zippo fluid in my desk from old times. I'll bring that along in case we want to pretend we found an accelerant. Could come in handy.
I'll also kind of give Matthias a comforting pat on the back and say, dude, it'll be okay.
Well,
Yeah,
I guess I won't be needing the old fishing pole this weekend.
Hopefully
Well,
we'll be
maybe
done
we
with
can
this by
solve this
3 o'clock.
quickly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a different kind of fishing for information.
But the one thing that would definitely help Matthias here is that mobile phones were definitely around at that point, as quite prominently displayed in the X-Files for one thing, The Matrix, which was late 90s, and I know I had a mobile phone back in 2000. So you definitely you're able to talk on the run as on the move.
Okay.
So if you want to call from your car as you are, if you want to follow up in a separate vehicle over there, you can certainly do that and then still be with everyone when they turn up on site.
I'll take the jogging path over and talk while I'm walking over if it's only a couple blocks away.
Yeah, they're fairly long blocks, admittedly, but it's still possible to get there. This is not a problem. So, who do you want to call? Give me a name of someone that you know over at the hospital.
Erin Jacobson. She was actually my trainer when I first started.
Gotcha.
As a paramedic.
Right, you call Carol, and it rings for a few rings, and you begin to wonder: is it going to go through to voicemail, or is she just not going to be able to pick up if she's busy? But then, click, yep, she picks up. Oh, hello there. I wasn't expecting to have a call from you this morning. How the hell are you doing?
I'm doing okay, but I'm off the gig now, right? I'm with the FBI.
Yeah, I heard.
And something just happened over at Crossroads Prep that my boss is a little concerned about, and I was just wondering if you know anything. There's a victim evidently that was burned.
Oh, that yeah. We Leonard and Shelby just brought her in. The one that's wrapped up like a mummy at the minute, or was when they brought her in. Yeah, they've literally just put her in the emergency room. So the last I heard, the doctors are still working on her. But yeah, that's looking pretty goddamn dicey.
Did they? I mean, I don't know if you've talked to them or not, but do you know if there's any extra details on what caused the fire on her? Like, was she wearing like a polyester jumpsuit and had a Zippo lighter in her pocket, or
Nothing that any explicit details like that. I
okay.
know that Shelby was kind of shaken up a bit by this. That he was saying how they had to sedate her before they got her to the hospital. Apart from the screaming and obviously the sheer amounts of pain she was in, she grabbed hold of his arm and was saying that he was a bit confusing about it. He said that she had said that she didn't notice it wasn't her fault, but whatever that meant, he didn't know, and certainly I don't know.
She didn't notice it wasn't her fault.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, whether she was rambling, pain can make you see and do strange things.
Yeah. Hey, can you do me a big favor? Can you give Shelby my number? And when Shelby's got a moment, give me a call.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. He'll probably be on break for a little bit, because like I say, once he brought her in, he was a bit shaken up by it. So yeah, I'll see if I can find him down at the rec room and pass the number on.
Thanks, you're a jewel. Let's do coffee sometime.
Yeah, that'd be
My
great.
treat.
Even better. Right, and yep, all good on that front. Any prep that the others are planning on doing quick before you run out the door?
Grabbing a donut.
I'll probably do a quick scan through my computer to see if there's any data I have on possible instances of pyrokinesis. Probably, I'm guessing not, but there's weird stuff, and so much of it's just nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, there's those so-called X-Files that crackpot Mulder and that hot chick Scully work on.
Scully's hot.
Yeah, but yeah, there's occasional mentions of like suspected things, whereas the likes of you guys would walk in and quite happily sweep that under the carpet. But hard and fast facts, not really.
Yeah, the main problem is if it is an actual case, then they sweep it under, and if it's not an actual case, then you can never tell whether the story that you've got is the fake story or the real story.
Mm-hmm.
But having some experience, I do believe that it's possible. It's not outside the realm of the possible. So,
yeah, there's always that possibility. There's one thing that you might be able to stumble across by accident here. So this is going to be using a computer. We're going to put this as a knowledge roll, but it is going to be fairly hard. So this is going to be a D6 difficulty. Give me a, say, knowledge plus your FBI training, and let's see if you can hit target number 9.
So I go knowledge, my 6-sided dice, and what's my FBI training?
It's your occupation.
As occupation, and you're a professional. You're in the middle.
Oh, okay. I'm a professional.
So that's 2, right?
So
yeah, that's
2. Okay.
So yeah,
that's
your
2,
knowledge
4
score plus 2 plus the dice, and hopefully hit 9.
I got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Exactly.
Yeah, you succeed. So you have a quick rootle around some of these files, and you're thinking, yeah, maybe there is something that we've looked into as a department before, and you throw around a few keywords, and then you remember Matthias saying about there was this incident on a bus, so you start cross-referencing with his name to try and find some details,
Right.
and you come across something you haven't probably seen for a while. The file for the case that you're trying to find has been marked with a different designation, and it just says grayscale clearance required. And you've not heard of grayscale. This is definitely a new word that's popped up on your radar.
Grayscale.
Assuming this is not the grayscale of Game of Thrones.
I watched half the first episode. I have no idea on the context.
What happens if I attempt to get in it? Maybe I have grayscale and I just don't know it.
No, you click and it's access denied.
If
I'm not a hacker, so.
If I'm looking over Leo's shoulder, I'll say, I have some experience with oh, sorry. just looming, the open plan office and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, come down here
I have some experience with computers, but give me a crack at it.
See what that says, grayscale. What's that?
Although, yeah, with all this Patriot Act shit, it's pretty hard to hack things these days. So could I use my
Ever.
computer science knowledge to try to hack?
You certainly can.
I get up and let
Getting-
him sit down. Yeah.
Getting in there is going to be very hard. Not nearly impossible, but it's like very hard. It's a D6 again.
I like those odds. And then with what? Knowledge?
Would be knowledge, yes.
Okay, so it is possible for me to succeed.
Mhm.
If I roll a 6. Nope, 1.
Yeah, I tell you,
Okay.
it's something we're not privileged in knowing.
But what you can find, even on a failure, it's probably the point where on a sort of a dramatic failure like that, rolling a 1, that you realize exactly what kind of systems you're going into, and you kind of put your hands up and go, no, I'm out, and quickly clear any browser history of I didn't attempt to get in there. You realize that with the route through the system that this is taking you to is heading straight to the Pentagon. This is specifically Air Force that you're looking at.
Holy
So it's just-
crap.
NS National Security.
Specifically the Air Force.
Yeah. Okay, we don't need them all rushing in or flying in behind us.
Probably a UFO
All right.
then.
Can
No,
you
we'll
can you
see.
tell me what time of year is it right now?
It's July, so that's like the 3rd of July.
July 3rd.
Oh, right,
Nice-
right, July
nice
3rd.
hot,
Right.
hot summer.
Yeah. Okay.
Which makes me wonder why anybody's at the academy at all. But we'll figure that out. When I'm stopping to pick up the lighter fluid, I'm going to do, the basic database check on Paige Linton herself, see if she's got any reason to be in our files. We'll see if she's married, see what her address is, and jot that down in my little book.
Certainly nothing that comes up as a criminal record. The main details you'd find beyond the cursory normal publicly accessible info will be available at the school. There's nothing that's really flagged up about her otherwise. Everything's clean on a criminal front, or at least other official channels.
Enough.
All right, we'll skip forward then by the shortest red line on the map montage of 2 blocks away, and you arrive outside the Crossroads Preparatory Academy. The area, if you look at it from Google Earth, is at the top of a slight hill. Buildings around here are only about 2 stories tall, so again, nothing particularly big. There's a car park just across the road from here, where it looks like a building's been demolished, and then the corner of a section has been turned into this large car park that you think is probably going to be more for the teaching staff, but also given the age of the kids that turn up here, they may well have their own vehicles too. So the place is pretty much packed over there. It's got a chain link fence on 2 sides, but then it has an open area that you can drive in and out of. There's hardly any traffic on the road at this point. There's a few parking bays that go down the road where other folks can park up here. There is a bus stop as well that you see that's just on the corner, so pretty much within spitting distance of the front door of the school. But the school itself doesn't really stand out from any of the other buildings around here. It very much blends into the area. This is a kind of very white-collar area. So you've got offices and other more high-scale jobs and offices around here rather than it being like a retail sector or anything like that. You do notice that there is a couple of police cars out the front of the building, and there's what looks to be you probably think an officer or maybe a detective that's stood outside with one of what looks to be a member of staff with a notepad, jotting down some things as they speak to him. But otherwise, there's not any major activity outside the place. But yeah, you can pull up and make your way over.
Go inside.
Is this the situation where we'd be wearing our little FBI vests?
Depends how much of a statement you want to make.
So we'll just introduce ourselves to the constabulary directly rather than make a scene.
Gotcha. As you go towards the door, if you're just going straight inside, What looks to be the detective outside kind of coughs and apologizes to the person he was speaking to, and tries to intercept you as you head in, saying, whoa, hang on there a second. We've got a bit of a problem here," and he flashes his badge. "Detective Neville Wilfred, we've got a potential, so hopefully not crime scene here, but definitely an incident that's taken place. Can I help you at all?"
Yeah.
Hopefully we can be of help to you, Detective Wilfred, and I'll flash badge back.
Oh, right. Yeah. They did say that folks will be coming down from the FBI office. He probably looks over somewhat enviously and then disapprovingly at Stu with his donut, and saying, "Look, you could have brought some for us, but no."
Hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
That's from a previous crime scene. It's completely contaminated, but he has a strong constitution.
Exactly.
The worst kind.
Detective, what can you tell us about what happened here today? How can we help?
Well, I think the main problem they've probably got is understanding inside their security system is a bit antiquated. They're having some trouble trying to pull up some of the camera footage from inside. But from what we can tell, and he starts flicking through his notebook, everyone's here, or at least everyone's accounted for, apart from obviously the unfortunate lady involved in the incident, and one of the students, a lady by the name of Faith Bateson, 16-year-old female, recently moved here from San Diego. Yeah, she's just, we can't find her, so we're trying to find out to get the CCTV working and see if there's any indication of where she's gone. So if any of you are more adept with computers than the ape with a wrench in there, then that would definitely go down well.
Nope, but I know high school kids. Did you talk to the friends?
Yeah, we've got a couple. Well, I'll say couple. There's one that's definitely not a friend, but he's with the principal at the minute. A boy by the name of Carlton Duke. It seems like he's the one that's maybe started something that's got Faith on the run. And
Well,
there's another friend. He flicks through another couple of pages. Crystal, kids these days, or parents, what the hell are they calling their kids? Crystal Marnie. Apparently, she's the token goth in the school. That she's quite chummy with this Faith that's recently moved here.
would you like me to interrogate her for you?
He kind of, I'd interrogate's a strong word, but if you want to have a word with her, by all means. We haven't got round to chatting with her yet.
Okay.
What was the boy's name, did you say?
Carlton Duke.
Carlton.
And
Faith and Crystal.
Stu, I think perhaps you're the one to go see about the cameras.
Oh boy. I tried to get out of being a computer scientist, and this is what I get.
Watch out for him. He'll sneak up behind you.
Detective, do you have any uniforms searching for the missing student?
Yeah, we've got a few out there. They're slowly working their way out from here. We've got a couple that are in the building that are literally checking door to door to make sure she's not hiding somewhere. But yeah, otherwise we're pretty sure she isn't in the building as yet, but we haven't searched every room.
I think I'd like to talk to the goth girl.
Okay, well, he opens the door. Feel free to divide and conquer if you wish. We're always willing to accept help from our neighborhood fellow law enforcement.
Certainly close by. I'm sure you've tried to call the family. Do you know who she's living with, Faith?
This Bateson girl. Yeah, I mean she's getting flicks through. We tried to get hold of her parents, but it seems like they're out of town at the minute. They work for the local branch of the Bank of America, or at least one of their regional offices anyway. So they're fairly high up, and they just sort of do some acquisition or some fund management. It's finance shit goes over my head.
Yeah, and
But,
that'll
yeah.
get you reassigned to a different location pretty easily, and then they put her in the rich kid's school straight away, and then they go out of town. Uh-huh.
I think you pretty much hit the nail on the head there.
Uh, if you can, is there an obvious directory? I'd like to look at the counselor's office.
Yeah, I mean, you can't miss it. Just follow the smell of bacon.
Mm. So close to breakfast.
All right.
Yeah.
So I think we've
Grant,
got...
you wanted to come with me?
Oh yeah, sure.
Right, so we've got Leo and Grant. Are you going to speak with the goth chick?
Crystal. Yeah,
You're
Crystal.
going to see Crystal.
Marnie.
Got it.
Yeah.
Stu's going to the computer, going to see if he can get the antiquated computer working. Blake's going to go to the scene of the crime. Where's Matthias heading?
I think I'm gonna go to the principal and talk with him and this Carlton Duke, right?
Yep, easy
Yeah.
enough. Right, in which case we'll do that bit first then, as you start to head in your 3 different directions, or 3 or 4 different directions. You and Stu are heading roughly in the same kind of area. That as you go in through the front door, there's a big reception desk and then an open plan office beyond it. But then at one end of it, you've got an area which is very much the principal's office. So you've got this glass frontage with Venetian blinds pulled down. Doorway open, and you can see this kid that sat in a chair, kind of almost with that expression of he's about to brick himself, sat in a chair, and you can see the principal is outside talking with what looks to be a regular police officer at this point, and off. It's a little bit to one side, maybe 10, 15 meters away from that. You've got another guy that's dressed in what's again seems to be a coat from the local PD, who is turning the air blue as he's shaking the monitor of this old CRT monitor screen, with definite rage building up on him as he's just, "God's sake, you piece of shit, just work!" as he's evidently losing his rag with this thing. But you head over towards the principal's office, and both he and the police officer see you coming. So, all right. So, what can I do for you there, sir?
Special Agent Weaver, this is one of our consultants for the FBI, Mr. Getright. I think he can help your officer get the information we need from the cameras, but I'd like to speak with you, Principal,
Sure.
and
Yeah.
perhaps any of the kids who you think are involved.
Yeah. Sure. My name's Ronald. Ronald Truman.
Ronald, Matthias.
Gotcha. Thank you. Right. He gestures towards Carlton here. He's all yours if you want to put the fear of you into him. I've already tried. I was just about getting ready to read him the riot act, and then see things have kicked off. So he's been left dangling somewhat.
Why were you so upset with him? What did he do?
Well, I heard from one of our hall monitors that just as the kids were getting all the stuff from their locker, I mean, this is effectively like summer school, so we're already a little bit short staffed as it is, but we run some extra classes to make sure that the kids who are, let's say, their parents are more invested in their young ones getting up to college, that they can take some extra weeks with us over the summer break, and this was typically our last day before the long weekend, and all this kicks off. But yeah, there was a disturbance in the locker room corridor this morning. It seemed that Carlton there got a bit handsy with one of the young girls. This problem student we've got, Faith, that's recently transferred to us. Yeah, there's a ball of anger if ever I saw one. That apparently his hands got a bit wandering, and she took exception to this and nearly beat the proverbial out of him in the hallway. And the two had to be separated out by manhandling them. He was packed off to me to be read the riot act, and Faith was set frog marched to the counselor's office to have another chat with the school counselor, because she'd already been seeing her quite regularly. It's I understand, and that's when all hell broke loose.
And the victim of the burning was the school counselor. Do I have that right?
Yes, you're right. Paige, loyal member of staff. She's been with us since we opened back in '83.
And was she particularly close with Faith? You said she'd been there.
Oh, Faith's only been with us for about a month or so.
Okay.
At this point, but I understand that pretty much from the get-go that she was recommended to go see the counselor because she had some issues.
Anger issues.
Some of that. I think it's. I mean, I've been in this job long enough. I've seen the whole gamut of things that you can throw at me. She's relatively new to the area. I think it's just resentment at the parents moving here from work, and that she's been up sticks and removed from all her friends back home, and she's just lashing out.
Well, in San Diego by the ocean, and a little different than our fair city. Tell me a little bit more about Carlton. Is this normal behavior for him?
He's just socially inept. The kid, as far as I can aware, has only ever seen a girl from afar. I think this is probably the first time he's actually got within spitting distance of one.
Okay, so this is a strange thing for him to have gotten handsy, as you said, with Faith.
At least as far as I've been made aware, yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. I would like to talk with him. Maybe I can check with our consultant here to see how he's doing on the cameras first.
Sure. Right, and segueing over there to Stu. So Stu goes over, and you've got this guy that pretty much just kicks the high tower that's underneath the desk, rolls back in the wheelchair, and just crosses his arms in a huff, and just looks up at you with a degree of frustration, going, unless you got a magic wand, this thing ain't working.
Whoa, calm down. Hey, take a look at the Dilbert clipping they posted up here on the cubicle to calm down. I can deal with this. I did old computers back in the day.
Old? This thing's ancient. This thing was around when Adam and Eve were getting on with it, if you get my drift.
Well, hopefully there's no fountain of truth or whatever. I'm not a real Bible reader myself. Actually, I probably am. But anyway, I'll give it a try.
It'll be completely ironic if it was an Apple Mac.
Exactly.
Right. You can give me a computer use roll here. So again, this will be your knowledge. Difficulty on this is actually pretty average. So we're going to break out the most unloved dice in RPG systems. Break out that D12.
Excellent. Okay, yeah, and that's a pass. That's a 9 on the dot.
Oh, there you go then. Right. Yeah, you have a look around this thing, and then you think, oh, yeah, it's just password protected to get in there. When you do get to the password login screen, you have a look around the monitor and promptly find the post-it note, which is attached to the side of the monitor, that just has password _password.
You know, you always try that one first, then password 123, something like that.
Oh, you mean it was password and it just had a capital P? God damn it! The guy just stamps his feet and just walks off in a huff, just swearing as he goes. The bloody technology, it'll be the death of us all. Right.
All right.
You have access to the CCTV.
Yeah, I'll take a look. Did they have a camera in the counseling office?
They don't have one in the office because that would be a little breach of confidentiality that goes on there. Because the poor school counselor is a bit like Stretch Armstrong. They're tasked with doing a hell of a lot of different roles within the school, and like providing potentially psychiatric counselling is one of those facets. But there is a camera outside of her office that catches the hallway that it's on.
Yeah, okay, I'll take a look at that.
You froze on me for a second there. I think everyone froze, actually.
Oh, I just said I'll take a look at it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Right, you rewind back through the digital tape rather than it being on an actual physical tape. So this is pretty actually good tech for this time period. But even so, it's on just a very antiquated PC. And then you rewind. Rather than describe everything in reverse order and then not making sense of it, we'll get you to the beginning of chronologically when events happened, and then describe what happens from there. So, leading up to the office at about half past 8, so just as the kids are going in to get their bags and get all their stuff out of their lockers, as was described, it's a normal scene. And you see Paige, the counselor, going up to the door of her office. She's got a handbag tucked over one arm, which you can see. Then she's also got a newspaper under the other. And she's holding a large, what looks to be Starbucks mug of coffee in the other. As she fondles with her keys, which also you see have a fob on for her car, she opens up the door to her office and goes inside. And then she goes out of sight. Then a little bit of time rolls around. You get closer to 9 o'clock when then the incident happens. And this girl, who very much is dressed like a goth at this point, she's about 16, 17-ish, is brought up to the door by a member of staff. Is told, you stand there. There's then a knock at the door. Counselor opens the door. There's a little bit of discussion. Counselor looks nonplussed and then gestures for the kid to come inside. She goes on inside and door shuts. Within 2.5, 3 minutes at most, by which point the corridor is clear as all the kids have gone into the adjoining classrooms, you can see what looks like not a flash, but definitely a sudden growth in over a relatively short period of time of light inside the office that looks very distinctive, like fire. The door opens, and then staggering out, completely ablaze, is what you presume to be Paige, the school counselor. She staggers down the corridor, and as she goes away from the camera, coming towards the camera, Faith, the girl, the goth chick, you can see her that she's got the handbag in one hand and the newspaper in the other, and she runs past the camera, going in the opposite direction.
Is there any way I could get footage sort of following her out of the school?
Yep, you're in the system now. You know how this works. It takes a little bit of time for it to load up. You catch pictures of her going. You manage to line up the timestamps. That you see that she goes out of the office, down the other end of the corridor to a fire exit, maybe ironically, opens the door, goes outside, and just as the angle of where the camera goes on the outside of the building, because to say there are exterior CCTV, you catch her running up to the bus stop just as a bus pulls in. She runs straight onto the bus, and then the bus pulls away. The bus has the lit up sign on the front of saying Union Station.
Wait 1 second.
I do have a question.
Quiet in the background.
I thought that Crystal was the goth girl.
Crystal was described. Well, it is and was described as a goth girl or the goth girl.
Oh, okay. So
yeah.
Faith is also goth. Yeah.
I had the same question. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe this is why the two have gravitated together over a relatively short period of her being in school.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm trying to control my breathing as I see this idea of another pyro on a bus.
Yeah, this is bringing back some memories, not necessarily good ones. All right.
So, sorry, where did the bus say it was going?
The bus is going to Union Station.
Union Station. Oh, okay. So she might be off for the
Anywhere in the country.
territories.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, depending on where she's going, remember this is one thing that will help bring in the FBI very quickly. If she goes over the state line, this immediately becomes a federal issue.
Which is really easy to do in Kansas City.
There you go.
Well,
Especially if you want the good barbecue.
Yeah.
she'll have to have bought a ticket at Union Station. So hopefully we can check that out.
Indeed.
Hey, Stu, can you fill everybody in on this? I'm going to talk to this kid, okay?
Oh yeah, sure.
Make sure somebody figures out that bus because it's terrible if she is someone who can start fires and something bad happens. Don't make sure any agents on the scene don't approach her and scare her.
Oh yeah, Tempest Fugit. And apparently someone was able to piss her off in 2 minutes, enough for her to burn them alive, so it doesn't seem that hard.
Yeah. Well, the principal told me that she'd already had a hard morning. This kid evidently grabbed her and was trying to feel her up, and they got into a fight. So he might be really lucky that he's still alive.
Yeah, no kidding.
Right. And going down the corridor and round the corner, we'll go to Blake, who's following his nose to the wonderfully tantalizing, almost salivating smell of burnt bacon.
Are we at the point where there's uniformed cops monitoring things? Are we at the point where the janitors come out and start to clean up the foam and the scorch marks? Where are we at in the timeline?
They've got tape that has been put across the corridor, pretty much making sure that no one can go near the office without clearance. So otherwise, the scene is pretty much untouched.
Yeah,
so they're waiting on a local. There's someone waiting for someone for forensics to turn up with some pictures, or with some cameras rather.
So yeah, I'll approach the uniform, showing my badge, tell him I spoke to Wilfred, and that ask him in a slightly differential way if he's noticed anything strange about it yet. I know you haven't been here long.
Oh, he just turns and kind of gestures to the lino flooring, where you can see the footsteps that are coming out of the office, where the lino has melted where she was walking, and then the outline on the floor where she is where again she has hit the deck about 20 feet off in one direction, and where it's just molten on the floor around her.
That's a very high temperature. I was hoping we were dealing with fireworks, and it seems like we're dealing with jet fuel here.
Yeah, this is hot.
Yeah. Do you know if anybody's spoken to the individual who put the poor lady out?
I know someone definitely had a word with him. What was his name? Elliot, I think his name was. But English teacher just across the hall.
Right. The light must have been pretty intense.
Yeah, I think that's what he said. It was that he said he saw the light before he even heard screams, and then came outside. And yeah, it's not the normal kind of thing you see teaching English.
I don't know. That guy's gonna need some counseling. All right. I'm just gonna take a look around. I won't, touch anything or step on anything.
You guys know the drill.
All right. So I'm thinking in my head how hot linoleum has to be to burn. And that's you can scorch it with a cigarette, but to melt a bit of it is, that's
Low torch plus. Yeah.
yeah. It's amazing that she staggered with that heat. All right. So following it into the office. I'm looking for what the first thing that looks scorched is.
Mhm.
Looking at what the ceiling looks like.
Gotcha.
Curious about the sprinkler system. So yeah.
Right. The first thing you do then is when you're stood in the doorway, you survey the scene. So the normal office here is pretty small. In fact, calling it an office is being generous. This is more like a cupboard with a desk in it. You've got on the left-hand side, you've got a row of 3 filing cabinets that go tucked in that corner. You've got a couple of chairs which have been moved over to the left-hand side. You've then got a desk immediately in front of you, which you can see there is another computer there, big CRT monitor on the top. A couple of the knickknacks on the desk. You've got what looks to be a picture frame pointed towards the seat on the other side. You then got things like in tray, out tray, pen holders. There's on the right-hand side, there is a small bookcase with such wonderful titles as Psychology for Dummies on there. It's very indicative that she has not had much professional training, that she has just been thrown in at the deep end over the course of the last 20 odd years that the school that she's been active at the school. And yeah, school counselors is a very unforgiving job.
Yeah.
In terms of fire damage, you can spot where at least it started. She was stood next to the desk on the right hand side, so you can see the edge of the desk has been scorched. You can then see a few steps on literally 2 strides across the office to get to the door. The back of the door where she has grabbed the handle to then go out is scorched, and then it goes out into the hall and matches what you've seen coming in. In terms of other items of note, you can see there's a corner of the desk where it looks like that there has been an area cleared, like a landing zone, like where the kind of thing that you always put your keys down in the same spot whenever you come in.
Mhm.
And indeed, you can see a set of keys on the desk that's kind of off to the edge of that cleared area. There's also, having been knocked on the floor, is a what looks to be a Starbucks mug of coffee. The contents of which are kind of sticky over the floor. There's an empty waste bin. Oh, no, not empty waste. There is a waste bin next to that has discarded copies of what look like old newspapers, also now flecked with coffee, that's been splashed all over the floor. But they look like older papers, like maybe from the last couple of days, rather than today's paper that is not there. But they are all the same paper. They are the Kansas City Star.
That a left-wing leaning paper.
Marginally so, yeah.
Right, and the
Center left.
center, yeah, I mean, Missouri, uh, uh, the initial burned patch, is that as intensely burned as, or does it seem like she's getting hotter with each step?
It's more the reverse. It seems like it's a really intense flash where it started, and then if anything, it's got slightly less as she's got further away, but marginally so.
And is the acoustic tile charred above her?
Yes, that is.
And the bookshelf singed?
The bookshelf's not so much. It seems like the heat's gone straight up, almost like a pillar of flame going straight up.
And does it smell at all like an accelerant in here, or just charred office?
You take a whiff of the lovely odor in, and apart from, say, long pig, yeah, there's the smell of flesh and burning clothes, but nothing that would strike you as being flammable, like aviation fuel or lighter fluid or any other type of accelerant that you would immediately be able to ping.
And so it's obviously not anything that was So it wasn't like there was a firecracker or even an explosive device in here. Uh,
Not that you
and
can see.
if anybody was in here, they'd be injured too. I mean, the heat signature of this thing, I don't, I wouldn't have wanted to be in the room, but the computer isn't charred or melted on the desk just a foot or so away.
No, the computer looks fine. Um, in fact, the computer is still actually turned off. So whatever had happened, she hadn't even been able to turn it on in time.
All right, she wasn't in there. I was expecting it to start at her desk. I was expecting it to start in her seat or when she opened a drawer.
You think it looks like she was probably stood by the edge of the desk, and that's at which point when she's gone, woof, Roman candle.
The windows are closed. There's probably
Yeah,
one window behind the desk.
Yeah, the Venetian blinds are down.
Overhead light still works. It's on.
Yeah, whenever you flick it, you flick the switch, and yeah, they still turn on.
Uh, yeah. All right. Well, I'm glad nobody actually took me up on that bet that this was fireworks because we definitely are going to have some explaining to do. I'm going to go to the file cabinets and see if there's anything on Bateson in there yet.
Oh yes, yeah. When you go to the filing cabinet, you do find it's all alphabetized, so very easy to navigate through. And it seems like even though they have the computer, they still rely on good old-fashioned paper records. And yeah, you have Faith's file. So as you're flicking through the file, there's a bit of stuff to read through. So we'll leave you looking through that for the minute. But the one thing that immediately stands out is that there is what seems to be a page that has been removed from, you think, probably a sketchbook. And a relatively good artist drew what seems to be the face or this profile from shoulders upwards of a man. You think maybe in his mid-50s, slightly kind of salt and pepper or Badger Street hair. So maybe grey around the ears. He's got a goatee, otherwise fairly slender or fairly slim build. But yeah, there's just this face that's just been drawn in a sketchbook, and then that particular picture has then been removed and put in the folder.
Is it initialed or is it unsigned?
It's unsigned.
Huh. And it looks like a drawing from life more than an anime inflected fantasy drawing kind of
Oh no,
thing.
it's definitely more of a what's the word I'm looking for? Realism style. This is not cartoonized in any way, shape, or form. So it's someone that has took the time and effort to draw the person as they really would appear. So yeah, from life. Yeah.
All right.
All right. And then
I'll keep flipping.
No worries. And then I'll give you a summary when we get back round. Leo and Grant, you're heading to go and find Crystal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You end up going to the other side of the building from here, but then in the art studio again, there's the studio, although the classroom is pretty much grind to a halt. So there's no lesson being taught here at the minute, but there's obviously the other students are in here. There's the teacher that's in here, and yeah, you'll head on in, and the pretty much the class, well-disciplined bunch, they quieten down quite quickly, and the teacher looks over to you and says, hello, yes, how can I help?
I'm Agent Hendrickson, and this is Agent Shadrack, and I'd like to have a chat.
Agents? What are you? You're the feds?
Yes, consultants for. Can we speak with Crystal Marnie, please?
But you can see the ripple of hubbub that goes across the kids' faces, and they pretty much all turn on the goth chick towards the back of the room. And she there, you can see the kind of gulp that goes through her face as her already pale exterior turns a little bit more of a shade of white, and she gets up off her stool.
Could we tell?
Even, even with it being fairly hot summer weather, she is dressed all in black.
Sure.
Got a leather skirt, black, maybe a short crop black t-shirt, and yeah, got totters over towards you and it's like, yeah, I'm Crystal. What can I help you with?
Would you step out into the hallway with us for a few moments?
Our
This is
eyes just go
concerning your
saucer.
this is concerning your friend Faith.
Oh, yeah, sure. Hope she's okay. And she heads outside with you into the hallway.
Miss, do you have any idea where she might be heading?
Heading. I thought she was supposed to be in class.
Yeah, she seems to have left the class and headed towards wait, I don't even know. Do I know that she was heading towards Union Station? I was listening to everything you guys were saying.
I'll be on my way there and I'll tell you.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe we have a little chat message thing going on.
There you go.
Sure.
You've got mobiles. Make use of them.
Yeah.
She seems to have been involved in an incident this morning, and rather than explain herself, she's chosen to run. Do you know why she would go to Union Station?
Union Station.
Is she heading somewhere? Did she? How long has she been a student? How long have you been friends?
Oh, we've only really been friends maybe about 3.5 weeks or so. She came in at the start of May. She just moved up here from back on the West Coast. She was pretty beat up that her parents had got a new job over here, so had been up sticks and pulled her out of the kind of the life she knew over there.
Does she have some friends back on the West Coast that she talks about?
Yeah, loads.
You
So imagine if she's running anywhere, then she might be heading home.
Any names in particular?
Oh, so many I can names like Stuart, was Andrew, what was his Andrew, Kim, yeah, Steve. Yeah, there's a whole load of them that she spoke of, yeah.
Okay. Kids from school?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
You kids nowadays carry phones? Do you
she reaches into her pocket of her skirt and pulls up the very small kind of Nokia, the kind of one that you could use to build a house with.
do you by chance have her phone number on speed dial?
I've got a number. I can try and bring it, yeah.
Okay. Why don't you give the number to us and we'll
Oh.
take care of that.
Yeah. She gives you the number.
We were hoping that she was just here somewhere locally.
Would you say you were close?
I've got to know her pretty well. She's confided some stuff in me that I don't think she would just tell anyone. So yeah, I'd say we're close.
What kind of stuff?
Well, she gulps again. Says, "I'm not sure how much of this either you're going to believe or."
Well, if it might help us find her, you never know.
I know she was been having a bit of a rough time, to say the least, adjusting here.
Yeah.
She's a great artist, by the way. But she said pretty much about 2 or 3 days after they moved into their house out on the east side, that she'd been having fairly bad dreams, like nightmares, and that they'd started to escalate over the course of the last couple of weeks. She kept saying that there was this man that she saw, this old guy that. Well, I don't want to beat around the bush. Basically, she said he was raping her in his dreams, or in her dreams, and then it escalated to that she was on some kind of altar, being stabbed by this guy, and then being torn apart limb from limb, and just horrible shit. I mean, sorry, it's just horrible stuff that this guy was doing to her. And it was always the same guy. It's like reoccurring dreams I've heard that there's some kind of there's some stuff around that there's maybe like a grain of truth in it or something, or maybe repressed memories. But I don't see how you can be sacrificed on an altar and then have a recurring dream years later about it.
Did she ever give you any details, description of the suspect or anything else that you can remember?
Oh, she showed me some of the pictures that she drew in her sketchbook.
Drawing pictures in her sketchbook. Okay. Did she
Yeah.
ever tell you anything that made you question whether she was a little delusional?
No, I think she just seems like she's a fish out of water here. I mean, she very much has the same kind of interests as me. We're both into the same things, the same bands, the same writers, same artists. But yeah, she just wants to go home. I think that she just resents the fact that all her friends are back on the West Coast, and that now her parents, just because work has taken them to this place, that she's had to come along with them.
What'd she ever say about her home life? Her mom and dad, they're both here?
Yeah, they're both here. More interested in work than they are in her. There's, yeah, it might be through a somewhat tainted lens, but yeah, she doesn't speak exactly highly of them. I don't think there's much love in that household.
But never never told you that, I mean, I'll just ask plainly, are you girls into religion, witchcraft? I mean, you obviously have a goth aesthetic, which I might say is you're doing very well.
Oh, she smiles. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we both like the same films. I mean, we both watched The Craft a few times together, but a passing interest in that kind of thing. It's not like I have an altar or shrine decked out or anything back home, but yeah, I'd say passing interest in such things.
And did you ever try to do any rituals or anything, just for the fun of it?
No, I'm definitely not into that kind of stuff. I don't think she is either. She just doesn't seem to be much of a dabbler in that sense. But the only spiritual thing I can really think of that she's ever talked about, whether it wasn't even in relation to God, is that she did make a comment about describing when she came over here, that it felt like she was actually going somewhere. It was almost like her destiny to come over here. But then she says like she overshot her target, and it feels like she's landed somewhere where she wasn't supposed to be.
When you say come over here, you mean from the West Coast to Kansas City?
Yeah, exactly that.
And she overshot. Interesting.
The only thing I can think of where she talked about having maybe like a spiritual moment or some kind of divine revelation or whatever you want to call it.
And did she ever give you any details about the vision where she was on the altar? Did she describe the altar or the dagger, the weapon?
Yeah, it's she did a fairly good picture of it. Well, I say good picture of it. So I said the art is good, but the subject matter is less than desirable. Like a glowing pentagram on the floor, big stone altar in the middle of it. Same guy, just in this case wearing red robes, gold curved dagger. Yeah, the whole kind of to the devil a daughter or devil rides out kind of aesthetic there. Very Satanist.
Like stuff from an old Hammer movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe that's just some of her movie viewing has leaked into her subconscious. But
I mean, I rather enjoy bad dreams myself. They can be really interesting. Well, we might need to question you further. If she contacts you, please tell her that she needs to come back.
And please let us know.
To be perfectly honest, it's we can do the investigation as it's here, but if she crosses state lines, which I'm suspecting now she may have already done, then it kind of gets out of our hands into a much bigger problem.
Yeah, no, I don't want anything like disobeying FBI orders going on my
Yeah.
permanent record. So of course, anything you say, I'm there.
Well, and realize that you guys are all teens, so we tend to be more lenient with inexperienced teens on things that might have just gone wrong. Is there anything else you can think of, Agent Hendrickson? We might have to contact you.
Yeah, no, I think we got all the questions. Is there anything else you want to tell us?
Nothing I can really think of. Again, if anything leaps to mind, I can either get in touch with you or any of the other officers here. Sure.
When you girls used to hang out, where would you hang out? Did you have a special place?
Well, we kind of met each other's homes. Really, we aren't too far away from each other on the east side.
Oh, so just each other's homes. Not out in
Yeah.
the woods or
Woods around here? No.
all right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry if it's going to cause you some problems with the fellow students wondering what's
Oh,
going
hey, if
on.
anything, it's not every day that you get to speak to some feds. So I might be able to cash in on some of this. You never know.
Street cred.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. Yeah.
All right.
All right. At that point, then we'll wrap round back to Mateus as you go in to see Carlton. Say the kid that is rocking back and forward in his chair, hugging his knees, on the verge of bricking himself. Sweatily looks up towards you with this got a really terrified expression. Yeah, hello, sir.
I kneel down to get at his level. Um, and I say, uh, I'm Special Agent Weaver, but please call me Mateus. May I call you Carlton?
Uh-huh.
Carlton, I think you've had a really hard day today,
Uh-huh.
and I don't want to make it any harder. I'm here to help. I know that the principal sounds like he gave you kind of a hard time, but I'm on your side, okay? I'll help you out here. You help me, I'll smooth things out with him, okay?
Okay.
Does he look like he's got any injuries or anything from the fight he was in, or
Most of it you think is probably hidden by
yeah.
his shirt, but you can see that along kind of the back of his hands there are definite scratch marks where it looks
Mm-hmm.
like that some
Mm-hmm.
nails have got hold of him. So yeah, he looks like
Mm-hmm.
he's been on the receiving end of a fight rather than being the one that
Got
actually
it.
tried to put
Got it.
much of a defense.
Those scratches on your hand look pretty bad.
Yeah, he
You
kind of
want to
holds
tell
up
me
his hand
about it?
shakily.
You want to tell me what happened from your perspective?
Um,
And don't worry, anything you tell me, I'm just going to use it to help people, not to get you in any more trouble. Okay? So really, I need you to be totally honest with you. Doesn't sound like you did anything illegal, but if you did, please tell me, okay? We're trying to save lives.
sure. I've only known Faith for a matter of weeks. I mean, she only came here the beginning of last month, or yeah, begin must be May June time. Um, I just thought she was cute, and I mean, I don't exactly have I don't have much by way of experience with girls. I've just seen her in art class and thought that she was really nice, and I just thought I just an innocent bump in the hallway. I could maybe start a conversation with her, and she might actually notice
Mm-hmm.
me for once. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I'm
Mm-hmm.
kind of the kid who's always forgotten about at the back of the class, and yeah, I saw her as I was going to my locker, and I just thought I'd bump into her, and I what meant I meant to just bump into, or my hand just, and he just does this motion with his
Mm-hmm.
hand.
Yeah.
And it was like a bomb going off. She flew at me, saying she was going to kill me. That she wouldn't let me touch her. Let her be touched. And yeah, she just like almost like a girl possessed.
Hmm.
And there
And
was a
she,
real kind of anger in her eyes.
oh, really? Like can you describe what you saw in her eyes better? What,
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
if anything, it was almost like a red glow. It really looked like she was possessed.
now I need you to be really clear with me. You saw like something that didn't look normal in her eyes.
Well, he starts to almost kind of double guess himself or second
No,
guess
it's
himself.
Carlton, just be with me. I've seen it before. I think I know what you're talking about. I just need to make sure that that's what you're thinking.
Well, it could have been a trick of the light, but maybe all the reflection of one of the signs in the hallway. But I
But it
thought it
didn't
looked
seem
like
that
a
way.
well, not when I was staring into her eyes. I mean, I've stared
Yeah.
into those lovely eyes enough times, and I've never seen this. But yeah, it was literally like there was just like this little red glint that kind of came over her.
That sounds really frightening, Carlton. I've seen that myself before, and it's very frightening. And I think you've been through something, and I hope you have parents and friends who can support you and help you. And if you maybe head down to the nurse now to get those scratches looked at, you don't want those to get inflamed. And if you think of anything else, please call me as soon as you can, and I give him my card. And hey, if you just need somebody to talk to, call me for that too, okay? I was that kid. I was the same kid you are now. And it's not easy, but it gets better.
Yeah, he seems to visibly ease up a bit, but he's still shaking as he gets to his feet. And yeah, holding both hands together, he says, "I'll head to the nurse's station."
Thank you, Carlton.
Thank you, sir. And he
And
starts.
and then I'll try to find the other guys.
Yeah, you can start to come together. Probably the easiest place to get together will probably be in the office with Blake, as he's just finishing going through the file, which pretty much confirms a lot of what you will have picked up from the others. That yeah, the the Cliff Note version being that Paige, the school counselor, very much believes that it's just she is rebelling and not adjusting well with the massive change to her life. So relocation away from friends and well, she's still got family here, but it's mainly away from her friends and her place of birth. But there is mention in there about recurring dreams, but it's very much just glossed over. Like, oh yeah, believes that there's a person hurting her in her dreams. Obviously, very dismissive about such comments, and that's where the illustration is mentioned as this is the reoccurring face of someone that is causing her harm. There is a note to say maybe is she being abused by a next door neighbor or other relative in the area potentially? Is this someone she knows? But there's no other digging into who this could be at that point.
Yeah, it's interesting that the portrait's so realistic when people in dreams are usually a bit amorphous and difficult to describe very specifically. She never mentioned that there's no note here about her naming this villain in her dreams.
No name.
Do we have access to any of the portraits?
Yeah, I've got one in her file here.
And can we get a description of the individual?
Yeah, he's a middle-aged man with silver gray hair and a goatee, kind of
Long
a
silver.
swept back hair, would you say?
S-
Yeah, it's relatively short, but swept a little bit back.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
There's a phenomena that psychologists are just starting to figure out now there's a lot of people playing around with regression therapy and stuff like that, and hypnosis. And this delusion that some people have, that they were kept prisoner, that they were part of satanic rituals. Some of them believe they got pregnant and were giving birth to babies for sacrifice. It seems to happen more often than not. And yet, all of, as far as I know, the FBI researching any of that, there's never been a case where people have discovered satanic cults that are, performing those kind of rituals and stuff. So it might be something in the mind.
Given, that we're looking at a somewhat isolated, depressed goth girl, there's all kinds of BS satanic panic literature that these kids get into, and they take it seriously. And that could affect her, her ideations. But again, the fact that the portrait's so specific makes me wonder about what her dad looks like, what her uncle looks like, because, that's not uncommon.
I wonder if she was receiving any kind of psychological help.
Well, I mean, this Counselor Page is in over her head. You can look at this office. This is the kind of resources you get when you're a counselor, even at a school that's expensive as this is. The question we have to decide pretty quickly is whether or not we should adulterate this scene a little bit. Say, put some of this lighter fluid around, because this doesn't look like natural events to me. And we want to give the local authorities some plausible deniability about what goes on. So if you want to make sure nobody has eyes, we can smear a little lighter fluid and then burn a patch of it separate from the main thing and put it out right away, just so there's a little bit of obfuscation.
Are you talking about starting another fire?
No,
I'm
he's
starting
talking
about-
Look, guys, I get it. Jim wants us to cover this stuff up, but we got an active thing going on. We got this girl who may be someone who can burn other people. She's on a bus headed for Union Station on a holiday weekend. There's going to be huge crowds there. We got to deal with this.
So, I mean, I'm not talking about a half an hour's exercise here. I'm talking about just making sure that there's plausible deniability and something to fool the local forensics. Also, so what's the timestamp on her leaving the office?
She left about 3 minutes past 9. And by the time it's taken you to get here and such, you pretty much were arriving about half past 9,
Right.
9:45. She will have easily have got to Union Station, because it only takes about 10-15 minutes. You're on the main you're on the main bus route that goes directly into the heart of the city. So if she's been there for a while now.
And it's now at least 10:30, 10:45?
We should probably check what the route is between the Union City Station and like LA or wherever it is that she's headed.
Well, what we should do is run Paige Linton's credit card, because that's what the kid used to buy a ticket, because she didn't plan on running until this happened. All right, so just
Blake,
make copies of her file. I'm just gonna do a little messing around in the corner, make sure the officer doesn't see me.
Yeah, Blake, I don't think you need to burn anything. I think all you have to do is squirt that lighter fluid everywhere, and the forensics are going to come in here and go, yeah, we know what happened. Yeah, there was a accelerant. That's all they'll need to know. And they'll put two and two together themselves.
I mean,
Union Station's on the Missouri side, right?
Yes, it is.
And we're on the Kansas side?
No, we're on the
Missouri side.
We're on the Missouri side. Okay, good.
Yeah, I think we can pretty much guess by now that she's crossed state lines, but we don't have to announce that yet.
If she caught a train or a bus out of the station, yeah.
Stu, what were you saying about the video?
Was I saying something about the video?
You said something about the why on earth did she take the bag of the newspaper?
She took the newspaper and the bag from her office that the lady was carrying in, and I assume it's because something in the newspaper agitated her.
Well,
Probably
let's
she saw an article or something, but I'm with Matthias on this one. I think we should head over to Union Station ASAP and see if we can catch her. Maybe pick up a paper. I'm sure they have papers in this station.
Yeah.
They'll have a newsstand for sure.
And that she's most likely going home or going to her previous
Yeah, we can
home.
figure out the 5 Ws or whatever after we get our hands on her.
Well, again, if she, unless, unless Counselor Linton had cash for a big ticket, she probably used the lady's credit card because that's the easiest thing. And that's why she took the handbag. You don't want to take 2 minutes too and look at Counselor Linton's computer? There's probably nothing on there except Minesweeper and
Well,
Solitaire.
shit, it'll only take a second. I'll take a look.
You can log in mainly for the fact that she has, again, post-it notes that have the passwords for all her logins directly in plain sight.
Well,
So, yeah, she is very fond of Minesweeper, Solitaire, and all the good old classics, including Hearts. Yeah, they're all regularly used programs on her machine. It seems like the computer is mainly used for email correspondence with other members of the school or the members of staff, and occasionally external communications. All the main bulk of records are kept in the paper files. So you've got, I mean, some of them have been typed up notes, but the majority of stuff is all paper cabinets, or paper filing cabinets, old school.
I'll just do a quick email search for Paige or her
For
name.
Faith.
Yeah, for Faith, say Page being her. So yeah, there's a couple where it's evidently wanting to discuss issues with the parents, arranging some kind of time when they can be contacted by phone. The parents are saying, "Look, we're busy. Can this wait?" And there's nothing, admittedly, apart from reinforcing the fact that it seems like the parents aren't massively concerned about any issues. They're just saying it's just adjustment problems. She'll grow out of it, and when she finally grows up, she'll realize that this is how the world works.
Right.
In 5 years, these people are gonna be the reason this country sucks.
5? 11.
Exactly 5.
Oh. Right. So a little bit of Roncinol lighter fluid behind the chair, along the wall, just not directly attaching the thing. Scuff it a little bit so that it dries out faster.
This
I
is
wanna-
not your first rodeo of contaminating a crime scene, so you're able to do this in a subtle but effective manner.
Yeah, and depending on how slow the photocopier in this place is, I'd like to do her whole file, or I'll just do the sketch.
But
So we
yeah,
have a couple of copies of that.
Yeah, you easily go back to the photocopier. It's just put it in the tray, push button, done.
Yeah, and I guess, do we want to tell the detective that we think she's crossed the border, and so we're going to be actively involved, or do we just want to thank him and tell him we'll be in touch?
Yeah, don't give him any more information than we need to.
What about the
Yeah.
car?
Her
Page's
car?
is still in. Yeah, Page's car is still in the parking lot.
And the keys on the desk, they look like it's a car key and a couple of house keys.
Yeah, normal bundle of keys.
I think we might as well take them with us in case we need to visit her house. The feds are going to assume they were in her handbag, or the local cops, rather. And now they've got the video, so they're going to know all that stuff. They're going to figure out she went to Union City and made a runner. So we've given them a big hand up.
Yeah. Well, especially if you've given them that heads up that she's gone to Union Station, they could be using the time to have someone go over there and try and find out where she's been or if she's still there. So do you want to give them a
That's
heads up
true.
to do some of that legwork?
I mean, one of the detectives was around when Stu got through the tapes, right? So
Yeah.
they could have had a head start. That would be helpful.
I think
Yeah,
Matthias
and we said that when Stu and I were talking. We said, notify the station. So, but we didn't say like track her down. So,
No, I got you. Yeah, they're able to have someone on site basically go to the various ticket booths and be able to question, like, have you seen a young goth turn up recently looking like X, Y, and Z? And it doesn't take them long to find out that she has been there and she has purchased a ticket in cash. So using the actual money from the handbag, because they commented that goth chick with a middle-aged woman's handbag didn't quite match up. Say with newspaper again, kind of curled up in one hand, gripped pretty tight. She brought a ticket to a place called Potter's Lake. It's a small place. It is on the Kansas side of the border. So this would make that it immediately becomes your jurisdiction now that she has crossed the state line. She headed straight to Potter's Lake. It's a direct route. It's an old commuter line that's only operated a couple of times a day. There's regular trains throughout the morning and after the morning up until about midday and then afternoon. So commuters going into and out of Kansas City. But it's a relatively minor use line. They still wonder why it's open.
So she's not going to California.
No, the line ends at Potter's Lake.
And she said something about overshooting when she came out here, according to what you told me.
Can we do a quick lookup on Potter's Lake?
Yeah, you can. Doesn't require a roll for that because it's a regular data retrieval kind of roll. Yeah, it's a town that's population is somewhere between 15 and 20,000. It's in eastern Kansas. It's about 30 miles from the Missouri border, so it makes it about an hour's drive from Kansas City. Sits on the shore of the eponymous lake, Potter's Lake itself. There's apparently not stories. There's reports of it having a fairly active social life around there. It's kind of like the heart of the town. The town itself is renowned for being a university that's based there, St. Anselm's College. There's also a paper mill, the Southie Paper Mill, which is one of the largest employers in the area. And it seems like an average small town America.
Geez, I wonder why she want to go there.
Well, we have to get a copy of the Kansas City Star to figure that out. It could be something at the college too.
If you're hanging around, they'll go back out to the reception area. You can see there are a couple of copies of newspapers dotted around where other members of staff have come in, presumably with the same kind of habit of they pick up the paper and then come in. So if you want to grab one here, you can certainly have a look.
Yeah, let's do that.
And let's climb into the car and head to Potter's Lake.
Yeah, you can head there by car. It'll be about an hour. If you wanted to go to the train station, you have to wait for the next train. So that's another option if you did want to go by train, but it's a much slower route.
We've got cars.
Yeah. The reason I drove here instead of walking the 2 blocks was because I figured we might need to chase somebody. So.
Yeah. So the other option that potentially, if you wanted to arrive in style, you could always head back to the regional FBI office and requisition a helicopter.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, I want to do that. I'm worried about this girl. I mean, she's got the same look that the guy on the bus had, and we got to get.
She'll never see us coming in a helicopter. Oh wait, she will.
Well, we can beat her there, and then.
Subtlety is not the strength of the feds. We go in, we go fast, we go hard. Let's go get her.
Right.
So when was the train that she took to Potter's Lake?
The train that she took was pretty much, it was again perfect timing for her to turn up. She arrived at she arrived a little bit before 9:30, and that was she got the 9:30 train out to Potter's Lake.
So she's there.
She'd be there.
We're not going to beat her. We're not going to beat her to town. Just if we want to be less conspicuous, we're not going to surprise her. We're not going to meet her at the train.
We'll surprise her anyway, because she probably doesn't figure that anybody would figure she was going there.
Especially because she paid cash.
Yeah, it was in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Oops, we lost you.
One of the things we'll do briefly before we have our little commercial break, as you are looking through the newspaper, thinking there must be something here that triggered her in some fashion, and going through it from front to back, you're not finding anything until you get to the back page, where you find a news article with a picture that looks like it could have been it's the photo of the guy that she has drawn looking back out at you. And the article that you spot looks a little like this.
Regional Spotlight, Potter's Lake. Continuing our Regional Spotlight series, showcasing upcoming 4th of July celebrations in the area around Kansas City, we've saved one of the best till last. Potter's Lake, population 20,000. It's 30 miles from the Missouri border, making it just an hour's drive from Kansas City on State Highway 128 off Highway 56. The town is known today as the home of St. Anselm College and the Southie Paper Mill. The 4th of July is doubly important to the citizens of Potter's Lake as the town was officially founded on the centennial anniversary of our great nation, July 4th, 1876. This year, the celebrations are promised to be the biggest and best yet, according to Mayor Belinda Wainwright, who was unfortunately not available to be photographed for this article. Celebrations taking place tomorrow begin with a traditional Founding Day parade, which will run the length of Main Street and end at St. Anselm College. This is followed by a carnival in Trist Park at the edge of a picturesque lake the town takes its name from. The carnival will feature a town picnic, rides, games, and a variety of family-friendly contests, including a popular baking contest, celebrations, local businessman, here we go, and public benefactor, James Wincliffe. The Wincliffes are one of three families that have been in Potter's Lake since its founding, along with the Southies and the Boissonneaus. I consider it a sacred duty and an honor to provide the funding for the celebrations this year, as my family has done many times over the years, said James Wincliffe to our court reporter. This year's fireworks display will rival, and we hope may even surpass, the spectacle previously seen to mark the millennial celebrations in the year 2000. We'll light up the sky so bright it may even be seen from heaven. Amen.
Amen.
James Wincliffe has bankrolled countless charities, public works, scholarships, and entrepreneurial business ventures over recent decades. He's a true pillar of the community. So if you're looking for a 4th of July celebration claimed to be bigger and grander than anything else Kansas has to offer outside of the big cities, we're confident you won't find any better than those going to be held in Potter's Lake tomorrow. Pillar of the community, about to be pillar of flame.
I think we better call this Wincliffe fella.
And tell him
there's a pyromaniac high school girl out to get him.
We will see how that conversation goes after this short break.
10 minutes later.
Right, so having had a look through the Kansas City Star, seeing a rather familiar face in the back of the newspaper, and deciding what you want to do, you've got 3 options of how to get there. As mentioned, you've got road, by rail, or by air. Which does your group want to go for?
I'd say you can go by air.
Yeah, helicopter for sure.
We'll get there fast.
Do you think they have good fishing? Maybe we could stop by and get my pole.
If it's a fishing spot, they'll have something you can buy.
I'm not sure you want that. If there's a paper factory, then the fish probably all has mercury in it.
Extra flavoring.
Catch and release.
Yeah.
How is it you've got a successful tourist town and a paper factory in the same place?
I don't know.
That's not a natural combination. If you guys want to chop her over and get a lot of attention, feel free. It's a town of 20,000 people, which means it's not walkable. I want to have a car. There's not going to be a car rental agency at Potter's Lake. So I'm
That's
going
true.
across the bridge, and I recommend we all do, rather than make a big stink, get everyone's attention.
You know, I appreciate what you're saying, Blake, but I've been through this before.
Yeah.
Time matters. I'm flying. You can drive. We'll see you there. If we need a car, we can talk to the authorities there. They can drive us around.
I'll go with Blake. Keep him company.
Okay.
Well,
you want to divide and conquer?
you're the one with the experience.
Yeah, I do. I appreciate, Matthias, that this is an event that feels differently to you than it does to me. I appreciate that you feel urgency. Assuming that Faith is after this Wincliffe guy, and that just seeing his picture, and it is his likeness, it's unmistakably his likeness. Assuming that she's after him, he's a rich philanthropist. She's not going to. This goth girl's not going to get off the train and knock on his door. So we have some time in that regard. And Hendrickson, in general, I consider part of our oath to be that we're protecting the public in general. And so your instinct about calling this Wincliffe makes sense, to warn him. But given that we're treating this situation as super normal, if this girl's having dreams about this guy so frequently that she can correctly draw a portrait of him from her dreams, and in those dreams he's assaulting her and sacrificing her, and he's this rich local robber baron, I don't know if he's the good guy here.
Have you considered he could be possessed by a devil?
Is the fact that he was visiting her in her dreams the reason that she's got spark eyes?
Well, now, why would you say that, Stu?
Well, I think that there's a lot of demons that act with dreams, right? Like the, what's it called? Not the succubus, but the other one.
Incubus?
Yeah, that's it. Great band. They can interact with your dreams. If this guy is some sort of demon, he could be broadcast. I don't know why you'd pick her in particular. I guess because of her magical powers or whatever. He picked her out, targeted her to come to him, right? He's sort of calling to her in his dreams, and then once he gets his hands on her, massive sacrifice or some sort of power.
And she overshot because that's closer to the
right.
west.
It could be like some sort of Call of Cthulhu situation. You know that book?
No, I can't say I do.
You're speaking gibberish.
That'd make a great game.
It would.
We could call the local PD and have them keep their eye on her, but not approach. See if they can find her.
It should be easy to spot her.
I think we should do something, but maybe we don't have to tip off the bad guy.
And speaking of Wincliffe being the bad guy, our burn victim said she didn't notice it wasn't her fault.
Didn't notice it wasn't her fault.
So
I think there was a comma in there, right? She didn't notice. ... It wasn't her fault. So Paige is thinking that she didn't notice something. We don't know what. But burning Paige, she clearly thinks it was an accident.
maybe if this guy's in her dreams and he sees this image and there's this connection made, or even the girl says something, Faith says something, and then it's the demon that lights up the school counselor through the girl.
Well, maybe, we know Paige had the newspaper and Faith took it with her. So she must have seen this picture. Else why take the paper? And that's probably what triggered it,
Yeah. And it's on the back page, right? So here's
right?
the
She didn't
counselor
notice
comes in,
until now.
she sets her coffee down, she opens up the paper, the kid comes in, she sees the guy, and it still takes 2 minutes. So there's some little interval there for something to happen, which is maybe some wire gets crossed in Faith, and this Wincliffe comes and lights up the woman that knows about the dreams, or broadly speculating, obviously.
Well, you're
But
talking about some sort of black magic. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, there's two possibilities. One is that somehow Faith has seen images of this Wincliffe. She was looking at the her Alta Vista before her parents dragged her out to Kansas City, Missouri, and she happens to look at pictures of Potter's Lake, and for some reason Wincliffe's image gets burnt into her subconscious, which is a rational explanation. The only other way that she can recognize this guy she otherwise never would have seen, who's been assaulting her in her dreams, is if he's assaulting her, in some non-normal way.
That's
Yeah,
reasonable.
I mean, reasonable in a situation that's not reasonable.
There's a couple of other things to pick out from a few bits that have been said there. One where you were saying about how is Potter's Lake a tourist destination when it's got a paper mill there. The other thing that you remember from that news article was that it mentioned about St. Anselm's College. And particularly now you've identified where this place is on a map. This place is in the middle of goddamn nowhere outside of the city. Why the hell would there be a college there? That's again another just odd thing that just makes no goddamn sense about this place. And the other thing, if you are definitely the other two things, if you are trying to get Wincliffe's phone number, there is nothing that's publicly available as being a method to contact him. But if you want to put out feelers through the FBI to try and find a method by which you can get in contact with him, you certainly can, but it will take a bit of time for them to find a number by which to get hold of him, because it's not like he's in the phone book. He is what we would call in the UK ex-directory. And the last of the three things, getting to Potter's Lake, if the Matthias is definitely insistent you're going by air, you can contact Jim to say, look, we need to head to this place, Potter's Lake. It's on the Kansas side of the border. Can you lay us on a helicopter? You almost hear the banging the head against the desk when you mention the town name, and you say, "Oh Christ, not that place again." Right. I can arrange transport for you, but what we'll do is we'll get you up in the air and get you over there before clearance has been given, because there's a no-fly zone over that whole area. They've got an Air Force base just outside the town, which apparently is a training center. They are quite anal about who comes in via their airspace, but we've normally got clearance before. It's just that we'll preemptively assume that they will grant somewhere for you to land.
Okay, Jim, I got two questions for you. First, what do you mean again? And second, is that air base an Air Force base?
Yeah, it's an Air Force base. It's Powell Air Force Base. It's a training
Powell Air
center
Force Base.
just outside the town.
Okay.
And yeah, we had some issues with this place about 2-3 years back. There was an active serial killer based in the town called Kane. That him and his brother Luther Kane. I can't remember what his brother's name was, but yeah, he ended up having, I think it was 7 victims buried in his basement. And yeah, I remember that we had a hell of a time dealing with the local police force there. Sheriff Bowman's the guy that runs the force there, and that man is an arsehole of the first order. He is an absolute goddamn son of a bitch.
Damn, I was hoping you could reach out and ask him to keep eyes open for this girl, but not engage. But he doesn't sound like someone we can trust to be uh, uh, sneaky. Not the right word I'm using, but not to
No,
accost her.
I get it. If we're lucky, I can potentially get hold of one of the deputies. I remember there was one that was actually more cooperative. A lady by the name of Marinovich, Michelle Marinovich, that was her name. She was significantly more cooperative than Bowman ever was.
Whatever help you can give us, Jim. And also, if you can dig up a number for this guy, I know Blake and Leo are driving up. Give them a call and they can try to track him down.
Yep. So as soon as I get something, I'll fire it back.
Thanks, Jim.
All right.
All right, I'll head over for the chopper. Um, uh, Anybody coming with me?
Yeah, I'll go.
I mean,
Okay.
if you're gonna grab a chopper, we might as well
I
get
am.
on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't Leo say something about grayscale being an Air Force code? Or yeah, no, I saw that. It was an Air Force code.
That's why I tried to clarify with Jim, but I don't want to get him in trouble either. So
What was that in reference to again?
When you were looking up records of pyrokinesis on the FBI
That's it.
database, that there was a file which was actually the one that Mateus was connected with, the incident on the bus, that has been marked grayscale clearance only.
You guys don't think this is some sort of like lab breach or something? Like maybe this bigwig was experimenting on her in the Air Force base and made her psychic or something, and she broke out?
I mean, that's not the information we have about her, but we all know that kind of information can be faked. So, um,
It's wild
but
speculation. I'll admit
yeah,
that.
yeah. I mean, but
Well,
it could all be related. Maybe this guy was, maybe the guy that I saw is somehow related to this girl, or I don't know.
Big
Well,
crock of experiments.
We
you
just
know,
don't have enough information.
I've been
Well,
with
and if you've got a mental block, then uh, medical instruments can become knives. A
Exactly.
medical operating room can become
Altar.
a satanic altar,
Maybe it was on a
in your-
satanic altar.
or maybe
Yes.
it's just the way her gothic mind.
Do we have
Oh,
mobile browsers on our mobile phones? Can we do a web search on something?
I speak from personal experience here. There was limited internet browsing capability on mobiles back in that time, because I remember back in like 2001, 2002.
Is it all text based?
Exactly that.
Okay, yeah.
Going onto text chat rooms on my phone.
Okay.
So, yeah, you can look for limited stuff. Pictures, no, but text, yes.
Okay, because I was actually hoping to find a picture of the Great Tomato Festival because I'm curious about it, but that's not gonna happen then. So I'll let that go.
Okay, I was going to say I could dig out from the core book. There is a lovely illustration about that.
I mean, if we have a chance, to look something up on a computer terminal, then I would do that. But
You're probably going to be waiting a little bit for the chopper just to get fueled. I don't think they're on standby for
okay,
an
fair
emergency
enough.
trip to
Yeah.
Potter's Lake.
Yeah, the description of the Tomato Festival describes this Goblin King, which is like paraded around on a float and appeased by feeding it a tomato. But apparently, local lore suggests that it lived in the woods nearby and terrorized the people who lived in the town.
What the hell?
And-
Everything about this place sounds
Yeah,
strange.
it's a very strange, unusual type of
I've been to some creepy
tradition.
backwaters in the Midwest, but
Yeah.
this place has.
Anyway, I just have this funny, weird feeling that like the Goblin King, like I want to see a picture of the Goblin King on the float to see.
It might have something to do with the mercury in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, or the ergot
Well-
in the, yeah.
Exactly.
We got to find out about this college too. Maybe there's something in its history.
Stu, you're a god botherer. What did St. Anselm do?
Oh, actually, I know this off of the top of my head. Saint Anselm
His head clicks
was
when he thinks very hard.
exactly. I just had to type it into the old mental search engine, and the only thing that is coming up is the college. Saint.
Not much of a
He
head.
was a doctor, and he was an Italian guy who was also Archbishop of Canterbury. Great.
Yeah, I remember he was English.
Oh, it's not just a paper mill either. It's a paper mill that manufactures products for hygienic consumption.
Hmm.
Toilet paper,
yuck.
paper towels, and napkins.
And is it owned by the Wincliffe family?
No, the Southey family.
Southeast, the Wincliffes, and the Frenchies.
So we have this confluence of things there. Air Force Base,
Serial killers, corrupt
serial
sheriffs.
killers, a college where none should be, a paper mill in a tourist town.
Sounds like
This
dairy.
Wincliffe guy who this girl's been dreaming of. I mean,
Murky.
this is just affirming for me that I got to get there as quick as I can.
All right, well, Lou and I'll see you there when we get in. Buzz if anything comes up.
Yeah, you too. I told Jim to reach out to you guys if you got a number for anybody.
Oh yeah, that's the picture you find in one of the newspaper clippings that have come out of Potter's Lake. In fact, it's the Potter's Lake Sentinel where the picture is taken from, showing
Geez.
the tomato festival from a couple of years back.
That's real
And
jolly.
that guy over there is throwing the tomato at him.
They're getting pelted with tomatoes, and there's a jester, but also a tomato guy who doesn't look real happy about it.
Yeah, well, it's the Goblin King, and supposedly they pelt him with tomatoes. Yeah.
But he looks like he doesn't care, whereas the other guy looks somewhat unwilling to be on the float.
Which guy looks unwilling?
On the left, the guy who's dressed as a tomato is leaning against.
Oh, well, because they're obviously getting hit with tomatoes too.
Yeah.
There's a splash by the one guy's head.
Oh yeah, both the tomato guys seem to hate it, whereas the Goblin King doesn't care.
What a waste of delicious tomatoes.
Well, and look, they're doing it, and they have to save pumpkins from last year. We got pumpkins in July.
Pumpkin farm there as well.
Something's screwy about that town. And our red ties seem to know that there's more than just meets the eye. This is our Castle Rock or our town of Derry or Salem's Lot.
It's not pretty.
Oh, you say that the place looks pretty picturesque already in all the other pictures that you can find of the place. All right, so you start to divide and conquer, so going in your different directions. As Mateus and crew are getting on the helicopter, you do get a phone call, which when you pick up, you realise it is Shelby, the paramedic who you asked to be past the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Says, yeah. I got past the number to give you a call. Everything okay?
Yeah, Shelby. I don't know how much you been told, but I used to be on the job, but now I'm with the FBI, and we're looking into what happened to that woman you helped this morning at the school.
The counselor. Yeah.
Yeah. And I heard she said something to you. Can you tell me what she said?
Oh, yeah, something about that she didn't notice, and that it wasn't her fault. Tell her it wasn't my fault. Either something about believing her, or she was confused.
Is there anything else you can tell me that might help us figure out what was happening?
it almost felt like she knew who did this to her. This wasn't an accident. That this was
Mhm.
it seemed like someone had done this to her for some reason, and that she was almost trying to apologize, or at least trying to justify why it had happened, maybe, or
Oh,
appease the person that had done it.
I see. I see. So she didn't mean to hurt the person that then burned her or something like that.
Something like that. I mean, I'm only going by the few words that she said to me.
That's, that's really helpful, Shelby. Thank you so much.
No worries. If it's a consolation, she's still in theatre, but it's still looking a bit dicey.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know how these burn things go. Even if they make it off the table, it's a tough life.
Yeah, she's gonna have a very different life going forward.
But but
That's
you
for
know,
sure.
if she lives, it's because of you, Shelby. So well done.
Thanks, man. That's the job, as you well know.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for the call. I gotta run. I got a helicopter waiting for me.
Oh, nice. And yep, he hangs up. All right. So going by air, it's just a straight line. That's no problem there. You will arrive marginally before the others. Those of you going by car, you've got two routes that you can go in via. Looking on a map, there are two roads that go into Potter's Lake. There's the main road that goes off the highway, which then passes through what looks to be various fields and farmlands, and probably an area near where the pumpkin farm is. That then eventually proceeds down what becomes Main Street and goes into the town proper, right the way up to Trist Park, which is on the edge of the lake. And then there's another road that goes off the highway a little bit further along, but it's a much shorter route. This cuts through the woods that on the map, it doesn't really show there's woodland, but if you look at like an ordnance survey or equivalent topographical map of the area, Potter's Lake is surrounded on three sides by really, really dense, thick, heavy woodland. The aforementioned woods about where this Goblin King apparently lives. And this shorter trail goes right through the woods from the southwestern side, and then comes out on the outskirts of town, and then is a much quicker hop to the middle of town from there.
Leo, preference?
I don't have a preference. I want to see if we can beat them there. So
If you
go
want
crazy.
Depending on where they land, I mean, you'd be in communication with each other anyway. While you're in the air, they do give you clearance to land, but they specify you have to land at the Air Force Base, that you can't land anywhere else. So you land there, and then the police force would have a car waiting for you when you get there.
Great.
Yeah.
Is there anybody from the Air Force there as well?
Well, they say that a representative will be there
okay.
to meet you, and will ferry you to the gate, so that you are escorted off the premises as soon as possible. But yeah, then for Leo and Blake, if you're planning on maybe meeting them at the Air Force Base, the quicker way would be to go via the main road, the first one that's described, the one that's the longer distance off the highway, but then takes you more directly. It actually goes past the Air Force Base before it hits the town itself.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to get to the Air Force Base in a useful time to pick them up, we might as well regroup. If they're going to be there 20 minutes before, when we're just across the bridge, then they might as well go in with the cops, and then we can go over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house.
You reckon by the time that it's probably going to be about half an hour or so for them to get there by air, and that's taking it at a leisurely pace with having to get clearance on the way. You're going to be about half an hour behind them at the very, very best.
Yeah, they were in a hurry. Let them go ahead. We'll take the scenic route.
Yeah.
I'm thinking. I think we should brainstorm as we go. If you're a 16-year-old, is she 16?
Yeah, 16, 17.
uh, freaked out kid who just either who's been having dreams, who just either caused or at the very least saw this terrifying immolation. You know that you've got to go to this town to confront this tormentor. Where do you go? I don't know how much cash. What was the ticket on the train? $40?
Yeah, not much more than that.
Couldn't be that expensive, but how much does this counselor have in her bag? So this girl's got limited resources. I mean, she's not going to want to use her parents' credit card, probably. Or is she going to check into the hotel? But she's going to know that people are going to be after her because she was sent to the counselor's office and the counselor went up like a goddamn marshmallow.
I don't know that she sounds to me now like she's desperate. And that she came here looking for this dude and that she overshot her mark. And as soon as she saw the newspaper, she knew she had to go back to that town. Well, I don't think she ever was in that town. I think that that's where she was heading for, but she didn't know it. She was wrong.
Yeah, and this guy might even be summoning her, right? She might not
It's possible, yeah.
She might not be in command of herself, but she's got to go somewhere. So either she goes to his mansion or whatever, and he's waiting for her and she's already there, or she's got to hide out until she confronts him at the big festival, which is also very fiery. So there's this whole conflagrational theme. I don't like
Or
it.
she's going there to stop him from doing something.
I feel like she's got a lot of righteous anger, right? That's part of her situation.
The other girl said that she was angry about this.
Yeah, and it sounds like this dorky kid who bumped into her, she flipped out on, and possibly because she's been having these horrifying dreams about being molested. So
it sounds like sexual assault reaction.
Yeah. So if she's gonna hide out until she can get to him, where does she go?
I don't know. But if she's from California, how is this Wyclef from Potter's Lake even related? I mean, 1,000 miles apart. Something here just doesn't make sense, but it's definitely something supernatural going on.
Yeah. And it's hard to put missing pieces together when nothing is rational. Anyway, let's keep our eye out in the woods. Let's see, it's going to be, we got out of the school 10:30ish, got our stuff together, if we left at 11 and change, then we're gonna get there half an hour behind them a little afternoon. Maybe there's got to be some diner in town, and the kid could be sitting there nursing a cup of coffee, and in a
small town like that, she might stand out.
I think so.
She's a goth.
Yeah, and maybe she'll go to the campus because, a 16-year-old goth could maybe pass on a college campus, depending although if it's St. Anselm's, they might be Catholic. It might be a Catholic university, and they'll have to wear little ties and shit.
Or Anglican. The thing is that we've still got the weird thing about why is there college there? Why is there a festival there when they've got a paper mill there?
Well, when we get through the forest, we'll see how bad the stink is.
Yeah.
And if the stink isn't bad, we can drive around the paper mill and see what the hell they're doing to clean the air.
Didn't Grant say that they were making consumable? They're toilet paper and paper towels, and
so they're doing the nastiest pulp, the most bleach. Like that's got to be the worst kind of paper mill to be near. The lake should be a cesspool. And their forest is on three sides. It's not deforested. So where are the trees coming in? It's all very abnormal. And the Air Force is keeping a secret about about firebugs. And the Air Force is right there, and it's a secretive Air Force. Uh, all right, well, just I'm gonna, take it easy on the road. Keep your eye out in the woods. Look
Yeah,
for
yeah.
goblins and
Weird.
tomato men.
Yeah. I like tomatoes.
I like tomatoes.
So, I think the first place we'll do then is the Air Force Base, as you are going to be chronologically arriving there first. So let's get one of our portraits ready. Oh, and my screen's gone black again. What is this thing doing? There we are. Computers, evidently this one was built by the same company that operated the school at the Crossroads Prep Academy. So you fly in, going over the eastern part of town, and you spot a number of local landmarks along the way. There is very blatantly the pumpkin farm out there and the pumpkin processing factory on the outskirts. You can see the paper mill, you can see the university. The college looks like it has a cathedral right in the middle of it. This is a big Gothic building that looks like it's been there for a good couple of hundred years. And it's, again, just making you think, why the hell is this out here in the middle of goddamn nowhere? It's right opposite the road, on the other side of the road from the paper mill as well. The Air Force Base, when you come into land, you're directed to a particular helipad. There's a Jeep waiting for you there, and there is a couple of what seem to be uniformed individuals waiting for you to land and come out of the helicopter. The main thing you'll notice is that there are plenty of hangars here. There's not a single aircraft out on the runway. In fact, as the plane lands, you can't see, now that you've got the better angle on them, you can't see any planes in any of the hangars. And there are an absolute shit ton of armed guards patrolling the place, moving around in jeeps, others doing foot patrols around the exterior, where you have high-topped, double-fenced perimeter, razor wire and barbed wire along the top of it. You can hear the hum of the fence being electrified. Yeah, this place is really over-the-top security and just doesn't feel right at all.
Right, and we were told it was a training base, right?
Indeed.
So
Jeez,
that doesn't fit.
would you look at that?
Does there look like there's any big things that have secret lab on the top of them or something?
Well, there are a lot of buildings, like low-level, single-story buildings around here that could look like they are regular office blocks if they were higher, but they're flat-roofed. They're fairly innocuous up until the point where you realize there's no windows on them, and all the doors have keycard access swipe to get in through them. This place is feeling more like Fort Knox. This almost feels like a kind of Black Ops prison than it does an Air Force base.
Crazy.
And
Prison. Keeping in what, I wonder?
Maybe adding to your paranoia, it's not just some regular grunt that's been sent to greet you. You can see by the name badge on his uniform is Colonel Lamar, so he is quite at least a man of rank. And yeah, he greets you with a very stern expression and says, "You'd be the team from the FBI?"
Correct, Colonel. I'm Special Agent Weaver. This is Special Agent Hendrickson and our consultant, Mr. Getright.
Gotcha. A yes would have been sufficient. You can get in the back of the van. Get in the back of the Jeep now, please.
Okay, all business.
Thank you, Colonel. Please have your men drive us into town, please.
Oh, I'm getting you to the gates. There's one of the members of the local police force is here to greet you. We're not a chauffeur service, damn it.
Well, I understand. As long as there's someone here to help us out, we're trying to help a teenage girl who's at risk, who may be in danger of assault, and I'm sure you would want to help us in any way you can.
In danger, you say? What do you mean by that?
I
There was an
don't think that
incident.
we can. I don't think maybe we can discuss an ongoing investigation. And I'm going to whisper to Matthias, especially if she came from here.
Hmm, hmm.
Hmm.
I'll be back. Um, there was an incident at her school, and we're afraid for her safety. I can't really tell you more than that.
Okay. This may be a little bit of a tripwire moment, so you might set things in motion here if you unintentionally say the wrong thing. So I'm going to ask for a aura check. So this is your kind of charisma type stat.
All right, I get to roll the dice.
Yeah. This is because potentially you said something that might well get his attention. I'm going to put this as hard, so it's a D8.
Okay. And I
So
have a aura of 3. Can I add my occupation to it as well?
I would say, yeah, because you've very much been an FBI agent. You are trained on how to be kind of personal skills or interpersonal
Okay.
skills.
So that'd
So,
be a +5 to my roll.
indeed.
Okay. I rolled a 4.
Oh, there you go. Exactly the
Needed
number you
every
want.
point.
Right. In which case, you do not alert him, or at least get his interest piked too much. So yeah, he is very much all business. He just wants you off his Air Force base as soon as possible.
That
So
was a close one.
you are taken to the front gate where there is indeed a police car waiting for you, with the emblazoned on the side Potter's Lake Police Department, and there's a relatively attractive young lady who's stood there in police uniform, leant up against the door waiting for you.
We get a Deputy Maranovich, I assume. I'm Special Agent Weaver. This is Special Agent Hendrickson and Mr. Getright, one of our consultants.
Yes, that's me. I got a call come through from actually an old, well, I wouldn't say old friend, but old acquaintance from your end, a fellow called Jim Lewis.
Yes,
Yeah, he said
Jim and I
to
work
me.
together.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, yeah. I remember getting on fairly well with him the last time he was in town after that whole cane business.
That sounds like something really horrible.
Yeah, I was part of the team that dug up all those girls in the basement. So
Hmm.
yeah, not fond memories at all.
Well, we're trying to help a young teenage girl. I'm not sure how much Jim told you, to make sure that she's not yet another victim of violence. Have you or anyone else have you seen her? I'm assuming Jim gave you her description.
Well, yeah, we've got some bits from Jim. I did send one of my partners, Quinn, over to the train station. He hasn't reported back yet. He has. She leans over almost in not in a conspiratorial whisper type fashion, but just so it's not broadcast far. And or stage whispers to the three of you. He's got some issues up here. Just bear with him a bit.
Okay.
But yeah, he hasn't called back yet.
Can you try to get him on the radio while we head over that way, just in case there's something that's happened at the train station?
Oh yeah, sure. I'll do it now. And
Thanks, Detective.
She jumps in the car, and as you're riding in towards town, you hear her saying, "Yeah, Deputy Harker, are you there? Come in." And a click, and another click, and she calls again, and reiterates the same thing. "Yeah, Harper, for God's sake, push the button when you respond, okay?" And then the voice comes back over the radio. "Yeah, it's me. I'm here, Michelle." You can see the kind of little bit of frustration in her face appear. It's like, great, trying to make a good impression in front of the feds, and he uses my first name over the radio. Great stuff. Yeah, Deputy Harker, we've got the FBI here that are wondering if there's any news on that girl at the train station. And Harker replies, "Yeah, apparently Meltdown was there. He directed her in towards town, looking to see if there was a place for her to stay." Okay, yeah. So she's might be heading towards town centre. Yeah. Yeah, either that or maybe maybe heading toward the Aurora. She mentioned something about looking for a place to stay. So I doubt if she's got money for the Carlton, maybe she might stay there, or probably more likely the Aurora. All right, great. See if there's anything else you can get out of him, then please do. Otherwise, give us a shout when you got anything more. And as she does the equivalent of hanging up.
Meltdown.
Yeah, local personality, homeless. He's been here as long as the hills, as far as we can tell. Yeah, he sleeps at the train station. He takes over some of the lockers there. We've had to evict him from the train station lockers every so often.
Any thoughts on next actions, gentlemen? Detective?
I think we should go find the gentleman with the gray hair.
Mr. Wincliffe?
Oh yeah, because I think the girl's going to head straight for him.
Yes.
Subtlety is not the strong point of high school students.
At least some of us should go for the Aurora, though, just to cross the T's, etc.
Deputy, is the Aurora on the way to Mr. Winchcliffe's home?
Oh, nothing's really on the way to the Wincliffe estate. He lives out in the woods. He's very isolated out there. He's got a large area of the woodland he had flattened a few years back. Well, in fact, I think it might have been his parents that actually built the estate. But they've got, from what I understand, it's a large area of land they've got out there. I mean, there's rumors are they've got their own racetrack out there.
They're like horse racing?
Yeah.
Goodness. Anything else you can tell us about him?
More money than the richest dreams of avarice. Yeah, he's rolling in it. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got his own Scrooge McDuck swimming pool full of gold coins out there, to be fair.
Any sniffs of not quite being on the up and up, you know?
She makes sure she looks pointedly down at the radio just to make sure it's turned off as she's driving you in.
Just between us, Detective.
Yeah, between you and me. Yeah, someone that wears that much cologne is hiding the fact that they're hiding something that stinks. There's nothing anyone can prove. No paperwork, no evidence, no paper trail. But I've got a hunch that he's involved in something. I mean, a man that's in that kind of position with his fingers in so many pies and so many friends in local and state government, he didn't get that way by being the nice guy.
Does he have a finger? Does he have a finger in the Air Force Base?
Oh God, no. They're very much. There's a very us and them dynamic between us and the town. I mean, no one knows how the hell that base is still open. I mean, they opened in the '60s. They don't employ anyone beyond the bare minimum folks from the town. They have to get vetted for security clearance. You never see any planes going in and out of there, or not for decades anyway. And it's just, what the hell training do they do in there?
I was hoping you could tell us.
Oh, I wish I knew.
If we need someone to take a little wander out on the property, I'll volunteer for that.
Yeah, getting in there would be a fine thing. You might find yourself wearing a Kevlar vest with multiple holes in it.
Oh, is it guarded?
Well, the Air Force Base is guarded, yeah.
Oh, I meant the man's property.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting wires crossed. Yeah, the Wincliffe estate, I believe he does have his own private security, but not to the degree of the Air Force Base. No, he values his privacy. I suppose the hardest thing would be that you have to get past the great big wall that surrounds it, because obviously he didn't want wildlife from the woods getting on his estate, so he very much sealed the whole place off.
Okay.
And was the wall also to keep out the tomato goblin?
Oh, she looks surprised. You know about our local customs then? Well,
Hendrickson told me about it on the flight.
Well, it depends on whether you think it's either going to be the Goblin King, the roaming sand dunes, the frogs out in the frog pond, or even the Civil War soldiers that are apparently still running amok out there. Then, yeah, there's a whole load of crazy stuff that gets reported out there. Although, word of advice to the wise here: if it does come up about the woods in conversation, if the sheriff's around, yeah, just change the subject or get away from that as soon as you can. The woods are a bit of a touchy subject for him ever since his daughter went missing. So,
His daughter went missing. How old was she?
oh, she must have been, I think, 8 or 9 years. She's been gone for about a decade now.
What did she look like?
Oh, young, cute little girl, pigtails. She was quite a cute little girl, but doesn't match any description of Faith.
Gotcha.
But
Still,
yeah, we have.
lot of missing girls around here.
Well, I mean, we lose on average about 24 a year to the woods, so it's about 2 a month.
24.
Yeah, dangerous place out here, you know.
Out of a town of 20,000?
Oh, we have a lot of folks coming from outside because I mean we have we have St Anselm, so there's lots of folks that come in. They send their rich kids here to get an easy A and then leave again. But so you've got friends and family that come to visit them. You've got the folks that come out here to go out on the lake or do water sports and the like. They probably realise that ain't a good idea. And you got the folks that come for the nature and the wildlife. They go out to hike out in the woods and they just don't come back. And yeah, we've just on average it's it's about once every 2 weeks that someone goes missing out there now.
Well, that's shocking.
Don't forget, Grant, that our other consultants are driving. They might be driving right through those woods.
Funnily, you mention that as coming in through the outskirts of town, and indeed this lush, verdant woodland over rolling hills that you see going towards the town. It's literally like driving through a little piece of paradise. Nothing bad could ever happen here. It's far too nicer looking place for what they're describing.
Well, you know, Blake, statistically, people go missing in the woods all the time. You know, I think even on our national parks, you know, a dozen or so people in a year disappear out in the woods, but we're talking national woods, so
Yeah, we got
300 million people. Some people
billions of acres of farmland and tens of millions of complete idiots. You know, you got your snake petters and your dehydrated desert walkers and your fallers off of cliffs and your amateur climbers.
Yeah, you get out in the woods, you break your leg, you're kind of fucked because how are you going to get out? Nobody can hear you scream, like they say.
How many did they say that this Cain and his brother killed out of a town of 20,000?
7.
How long did it take you to figure out that kids are going missing in a dinky little place like this?
I don't know. You know, I heard statistically that about 25, at any given time in the United States, there are 25 serial killers that are active and murdering people. And that's, 25 Hannibal Lecters running around right now somewhere. They're hard to find. The really good serial killers are hard to find. But most serial killers, most of your average serial killer, they're idiots. So they get caught.
Yeah.
But once in a while you get a genius.
Once in a while, but mostly they're too disordered to be good at crime. That's the thing that novelists get wrong. Enough to want to piano wire prostitutes and put them in the back of your pickup truck, you're not going to get away with it very long because you're too busy washing your hands and masturbating to hide the evidence and wear somebody else's face as a mask.
Oh, jeez, you guys.
Crawford says to Hannibal Lecter in Red Dragon, he says, I caught you because I have an advantage. And Lecter says, what's your advantage? And he says, I'm not insane.
Will Graham who said that line, but yeah.
Okay, Graham.
Yeah,
Okay.
Crawford's his boss.
My character doesn't quite remember the details. But...
So how's the forest look? I'm sort of keeping an eye on the road because
it's lovely.
I was about to ask who's driving. So if you are keeping an eye out as you are driving, I'm going to reduce the difficulty of the roll that's about to get thrown at you. So as you are looking around, instead, if you were just having a conversation going back and forth in the car, you suddenly realize that there is a wolf right in the middle of the road and that you would potentially have to swerve around it or bundle on over the top of it. But as you are keeping an eye out, you see this thing run out into the road with a little bit of advance notice. So you can give me a challenging roll. So it's a D10. Add on your coordination. Yeah. And this would be, again, you can use your FBI training because you are given at least some degree of combat driving skills that you apply for fast pursuits, etc.
Okay. So I've got 2 for my coordination, 2 for being FBI consultant. And so that's 4 to a D10 to get a 9. I want to assess this wolf. Do I think I want to clip this wolf or evade this wolf or try to?
You don't want to damage the car.
You're gonna mess your vehicle up if you hit this thing. It's not like a small horse, but it's got a lot of meat behind it. It would make a dent in your vehicle.
And they are, after all, pack hunters. So if this is, oh no, I rolled a 2.
Oh right, okay. You end up trying to swerve the vehicle around this thing, and you don't end up tipping the vehicle over, but you do end up clipping the side of one of the trees on the edge of the road, because the trees pretty much go right up to the edge of the road, the tarmac, and that there's a very loud bang and a swerve.
Jesus.
All right. So assessing the damage to the car and my ability to drive away.
Or you get the car back to this into the main lane, and you realize that it's not just the side of the car. You've clipped one of the wheels towards the front, so the car, you can hear the thing limping along.
Yeah, might have bent the axle then.
Ah, crap.
You might be able to get to the edge of town, but getting beyond that is going to be, you're going to irreparably damage the vehicle.
Hopefully they've got a garage in town where we can get it fixed.
20,000 people, that should have a few. What the hell's a wolf doing coming out of the woods in the daylight?
In the middle of the daylight.
Up on the road.
What the fuck? Did it look mangy or did it look...
Oh, in the brief glimpse that you got of it, it looked actually fairly well kept. I mean, almost as if it was not like it had been shampooed and washed, but definitely that it has been kept clean. It's not being.
Was it a German Shepherd that we've mistaken for a wolf?
Big old wolf.
Jesus.
Yeah, I asked you to draw your firearm and keep an eye out the rear as I try to limp toward town.
Got it.
If you turn around, then you do happen just to catch the most fleeting glimpse of the wolf going into the tree line, and someone's waiting for it. This is off in the distance now as the car's rolling down the road, but you see this guy that looks a bit like Grizzly Adams, in the fact he's wearing what looks to be almost like bear skins, with this big old staff that he's holding in one hand that you can just about make out, and maybe a glint hits it in the right place. It's got something crossed, like maybe a crucifix that's been held with twine onto the staff. A big raggedy hair going down his face, 2 wild gleaming eyes, And yeah, he just seems to be gesturing to the wolf that comes up to him, licks his hands, and then he heads off into the tree line with it.
You're not going to believe what I just saw. I mean, it was like St. Anselm from the woods came out and talked to the animals.
So the wolf was sent to stop our car by Scott Dorwood?
Or, or, yeah. Or maybe it's just an accident that we happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But I just thought of something. That big old, that college campus with the big old church, could this have been a monastery out here? I mean, they would want a remote spot, and then maybe the town grew up around it.
How dense is the Catholic population in Kansas 200 years ago? We're talking about 1 per million. They were a bunch of, the people who came here were Lutheran, Scandinavians. I mean, I guess there were some French trappers, and there's the French, the Bodley family, whatever, could be Catholic. But
yeah, but I think that the Anglicans, and I also think the Lutherans had monastics.
Well, yeah, it's not my field. I'm just gonna try to. I'm actually, if there are no wolves, I'm gonna stop and just check under the car to make sure we're not leaking any vital fluids.
Yeah,
because if we can do a quick patch.
You can pull over. There's no other traffic on the road, so it's not like you have to worry about someone running past and potentially clipping you. You have avoided major damage to it that would rip out lines underneath because you didn't pass over anything. You just literally hit the wheel on the wheel arch and that front side on the tree on the side of the road, and then bounced off.
Good. All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna keep an eye on the. You keep an eye out for any other wildlife. Next wolf we see, if you shoot it, I can drive around it without hitting any trees.
There's going to be deer and meese and all sorts of things out here.
So. And I'm not going to make any more jokes about grandmother's house either. Felt a little like a summoning.
Yeah.
When you drive a little bit further on, when you get to the very edge of the woods that then goes out into the outskirts or the suburbs of Potter's Lake, you do spot a garage. It's got a very weird sign next to it that declares the name of the garage. It's called the Gas and Gospel. You see that there is a large wall that goes around the back that's made of what look to be multicolored, different color bottles. Glass bottles that have been put in a cement frame.
Oh, yes.
It makes it a very nice, almost like stained glass window effect, but on the cheap. There's an old man in a rocking chair that sat there with a kind of hat pulled down over his head, enjoying the day, and a bolder guy with a goatee that seems to be working on an engine out the front.
You know, if they sold guns, that would be like the quintessential American shop.
We got all three important folks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. Like, did you hear that voice come out of nowhere?
I got a little shook up. Yeah, so we'll pull in at the Gas and Gospel and explain that. Well, first of all, do you guys have to worry about wolves out here?
Oh yeah, we do. This is the bold guy speaking. Yeah, we have a few of those running wild in the woods. There's the hell of a lot of nasty wildlife out there: bears, wolves, frogs. Yeah, a whole lot of nasty stuff out there.
You got problem frogs? Are they poison or?
Well, if you go licking them, I hear you'd be tripping balls for weeks.
Never lick a frog on the first date. So we're coming in from KC, and it's kind of an emergency situation. Do you have a rental we can carry from here? I think we're gonna need to look at this axle and.
Yeah, we got a rental car here. Yeah, so he points to a beaten up old Chrysler. That's you can see the front of it parked out the side.
Seats 5 at least.
Yeah, seats 5. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
big
Well,
big
that-
roomy thing. Gustles the gas a bit, but it'll get you from A to B.
fantastic. My name's James. This is Leo. Yeah,
Oh,
we were trying to meet people, and there's kind of an emergency. So if I could leave this,
oh, yeah, sure. The name's Randy, by the way, Randy Bridegroom. The Reverend over there. I take it you won't be in taking him up on the offer of a sermon that comes with all our services.
On our way out, I wouldn't be surprised. We're going to have to pick the car up. Um, is the pastor related to the religious man who lives in the woods? Is there a
Religious guy in the woods.
Yeah. Big bear of a man with big beard. Carries a staff with a cross on it.
Yeah, he shakes his head, looking confused. I don't know of anyone that lives out in the woods besides Mr. Wincliffe. He's the only one that's built. He built an estate out there. They say it's so big he's got his own race course out there.
Yeah,
cars
we
or
heard.
horses?
Horses.
I wouldn't keep horses where there are wolves. You must have a hell of a good fence.
Yeah, apparently it's a really, really tall solid brick fence.
Uh,
Wall even.
Mr. Bridegroom, where do the Wincliffes get their money from?
Old money and really, really lucky. There's a family that is, well, I think they leached a hell of a lot of luck out from a whole lot of other people in this town. How normal people, you'd say, like, they have an allowance of luck. It's almost like he gravitates it towards him. I've never seen a luckier man.
Hmm. Well, at least he gives some back to the population.
Oh yeah. He's won the lottery at least once. I think maybe twice. I think.
Old money and plays the lottery. That's eccentric, if you ask me.
No, he uses it to fund charities.
Okay. Well, do you want to run a credit card and we'll just hop on the Chrysler and get on our way?
Sure. Yep, no problem. We'll do that real quick for you. And within a few moments, you are back on the road in this. It's a bit jerky a car, but it's or a bit bumpy rather, but it rolls. It's got big old room and can definitely fit the 5 of you. But you can see the gas dial going down as you turn around a corner.
Like, in your experience in the past and so forth, have you ever run across anything that you would honest to God call magic?
My experience has been adjacent to it, and not so much magic as the unnatural. I've myself experienced only my own fevered ideas and the experiences of others.
So I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something that I'd like you to keep in confidence. Now Jim Lewis knows, because that's basically why I'm involved in all of this in the first place.
Yep.
But what happened to me a long time ago is I ran across a dude that he was pretty much killed in front of me. I've always been a little psychic. I can kind of read people. I used it to my advantage to gamble.
Oh, I've played cards with you, and
yeah.
I won't again.
I can kind of read you. So what I did is I felt sorry because this guy was killed. The guy was running from something, and I didn't know what it was. It might have, in fact, even been our organization that he was running from, but he was killed in an accident right after that. And I felt sorry for the guy. I had kind of taken him in, we got a drink together. He was really frightened. Anyways, he had a really weird last name. So I looked him up in the phone book and found out where he lived. and I went to his house. He had a cat, which I adopted. But he also was into magic. He had a number of texts and stuff that I started to peruse through. This is before I was in the organization. And part of what it dealt with was the fact that magic, people who can do magic, are altering the natural order of reality, which when he said that the guy is really lucky, that's when it started to maybe make me think, is the guy somehow altering reality to make him a winner?
Yeah, it might be that all three of these old families made some pact a million years ago, a French
or found some spell that.
Yeah. I don't know what the name Southie employs, but yeah, this place is obviously, I mean, strange wildlife, and also, who the hell if you were named bridegroom, God forbid, and you had a kid, would you call him Randy?
Probably not.
It's redundant at best.
So Randy Bridegroom, that's very funny.
I can't take
bridegroom
named in the book.
when he said bridegroom, I kept thinking of the biblical reference, that Jesus is the bridegroom of the church. But I mean, just an offhand reference to it's not often you hear the term bridegroom nowadays.
No, it's a little redundant. Why don't you text Mateus and see where they are?
Yeah.
And if they've gotten anywhere.
So our camera swaps back to the other group. Whereabouts do you three want to go after you've heard this tip-off that apparently Meltdown, the homeless guy, has sent this young lady into town for whatever reason, either to look for somewhere to stay or for doing whatever it is that she wants to do?
I want to go to the Aurora, but I think Grant and Stu were right also to think about going to the estate. Perhaps, gentlemen, we should reach out to the other consultants and see how they're doing before we make any decision.
Sure.
And detective, you got someplace to get like some French fries or something? I'm a little hungry. Maybe donuts? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, well, we've always got donuts on hand.
I just want something quick.
Station. Yeah, if you want something quick, I mean, we can always stop off at the Belloc Diner. That's near the station.
Sure. And maybe Grant, you can reach out to our consultants and find out what's going on and share with them the information we got from the detective.
Yeah, I will start sending a text message to them and get an update.
Yeah, say after about, with thumbs going backwards and forwards over the keypad, after about half an hour, you've typed out the message.
Yeah.
Or you could just call them.
Much quicker.
Yeah. I guess calling is a thing still. So I'll do that.
Yeah, but all these hip youngsters, they don't do that.
Cell phone towers way out here in the boonies.
Yeah. Surprisingly, as long as you're in the town, you've got decent cell phone reception. It's only when you go outside of town that you have problems.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can fill them in, so both groups can consider yourself both filled in on each other's activities. And if you want to coordinate a particular place to meet up, I mean, the Belloc sounds like a good place to go to. If you want food.
Yeah, I think that sounds like as good as any.
All right. Yeah, in which case you drive in towards the middle of town. And the Bell Lock Diner, it stands out pretty much from all the other buildings around it in that it's a quintessential 1950s recreation diner. So it's complete with lots of red, lots of chrome. Yeah, a wonderful big jukebox in there. All the leather seats. Yeah, it's very much it looks like it stepped out of the 1950s, or that it was taken from the set of Back to the Future and dropped right here.
It says there's a hot pink 1959 Cadillac Coupe de Ville on the roof.
There you go. Yes, there is.
Man, this is tacky.
I hope
Seems like
that the waitresses are sassy.
I hope that they at least make their onion rings fresh. And their coffee is strong.
Mhm.
I
Maybe
prefer
they've got
to
some good apple pie, pumpkin pie.
I
I
prefer
wouldn't
to
eat the
order the
pumpkin pie.
fries.
Yeah.
We're federal agents. We need cherry pie and coffee.
Exactly.
It's 4th of July, so apple pie.
I think Agent Cooper has got that corner of the market nailed down tight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That weirdo.
They
Nope.
sent him up north. He won't be back for a while.
Always talking in his damn speaker.
And Diane that just keeps typing all that stuff out for him. Most overworked person in the FBI office. But... All right, we can put you together in the Bell Lock Diner. There's a lovely booth that you can have at the end off to yourselves. You notice most of the clientele here is usually like the late teens, early 20s crowd. So there's not many old folks that come by here. It's very much a young crowd, but they're decently behaved. You probably get the impression a load of them are from the university, so they treat this place as got a bit of a gimmick or the hip place to be. But yeah, you can be sat there talking it over, very strong as you like coffee, so strong you put the spoon in and the spoon doesn't come out again.
The way.
And plenty of different varieties of pie. So if you mention either apple pie, apple, pumpkin, or cherry, they will bring you a selection to sample. So you have one of each.
Driving through town to meet up, and I imagine the main streets are like a quadrangle of streets. Like if there's not one stoplight, but there's 10 or something in the middle, and it's
every intersection, because there are obviously the parallel roads, then they cross. Yeah, getting down it is a bit of a grind, but you can eventually get down it. Yes.
So there's this college students who live at the college mostly, I assume.
Yeah.
There must be people who work at the paper mill. Is there like an obvious wrong side of the tracks neighborhood? Or what's the housing stock like? What's the population look like as we drive through?
The vast majority is normal Caucasian. That's the vast amount. There are you spot a couple of Hispanic, a couple of Asian as well. So there is at least a multicultural presence here, but the overwhelming population are very much WASPs, I think you call them.
Yeah.
So,
although not necessarily Protestants, with St. Anselm's being still undecided, but yeah.
There is that, yeah.
Generic American immigrant white stock from the days of yore. And the houses are in good upkeep?
Yeah, and for the most part, especially in the middle of town here, where you're going through like the heart of town, everything is very much clean, very well kept and maintained. There's not a section where it's like suddenly like downtown Detroit, where it's the houses are falling to pieces.
And even between the gospel and God and downtown, there wasn't a bunch of ramshackle little bungalows that are in ill repair.
Yeah, towards the outskirts of town are where you're probably more likely to find those, where it's kind of out from the public eye. But even then, they aren't too bad. They're still relatively well kept. Maybe the grass hasn't been cut as often as they'd like. Maybe the guttering looks like it could do with a bit of clear out, but nothing major. I mean, it's still presentable.
There was one other place that I thought was interesting, had a couple of details, which was the Hollyville Cemetery. And the description says it sits right at the edge of the woods, which, obviously is something we've been discussing. And it also says it was used for non-Catholic burials until 1915, when it was completely full. And it just struck me that a cemetery used exclusively for non-Catholic burials has got to be an oddity if I've ever heard one. But it says then after that, the new Potter's Lake Cemetery was established to the east of town. So I don't know what's at the Hollyville Cemetery, but maybe it's worth investigating. I don't know. It sounds odd.
Yeah, might be some interesting family names.
Yeah, that's true. Right. We could match them to but I don't know if we have a reason to go there first.
Well, yeah, the question is, where'd the girl go?
Yeah, I want to go to the Aurora to see if she's there. The other place the detective mentioned was the Carlton, but that sounds a little rich for her.
And what's Deputy Marinovich dropped you guys off downtown, and what's the plan for coordinating with her?
I think she's still with us.
She can be either with you or gone back to the sheriff's office. It's however you want to play her. She will do as you say.
I wouldn't mind putting a car out on the road to the estate just so we could see if anyone walks or drives by.
Yeah, she can get Harker to do that.
There's one gateway into the Windcliff estate.
Yeah, there's a single road which goes out there, and there's no other way of getting there by road.
Yes, if we can get a local policeman to do that, that would be perfect.
But then there's also through the woods. So
yeah, but just have him call us if he sees anything.
But the woods are full of wolves anyway, so
and bears and frogs, which I don't like. The fact that a local would say beware the frogs makes me worried about what the frogs out here are like. Although the local in question was hopefully good at car repair.
I mean, when we think about all this, right? Like here we got this little town that's an hour away from Kansas City. 24 kids go missing every year. We got
24.
wolves. 24. Yeah, approximately, I think. Detective, is it exactly 24 a year or?
You're asking Marinovich?
Yeah.
Oh, she suddenly beams at the prospect of being upgraded to a detective.
Oh, sorry, deputy.
No, she maybe feels slightly crestfallen now, but yeah, on average, it usually hovers about that kind of figure. Sometimes it's a little more, sometimes it's a little less.
Okay,
but yeah, on average, the figure that they've always tended to throw out there is one every other week. There's always someone that's stupid enough that walks off the path.
2 a month,
and we haven't heard anything about it. We're an hour away.
What can I say? We're a small town. Word doesn't exactly travel very far.
And Jim didn't tell us anything about this. He told us about Cain and the serial killer, but
we heard about the goddamn tomato festival before the missing children.
Is there any regularity to the people missing? Do they go missing during full moon or?
It seems to be the only regular thing that I would say. It's those that don't stick to the paths, those that decide to go hiking out into the wilderness to go find whatever they want to go find, whether it be themselves or whether they say they either want to go find the mythical frog pond, or hell, there's even some folks say they're going looking for Mulberry Street out there. So whatever it is that takes them off the beaten track out into the woods, then the vast majority just don't come back.
And have the woods been surveyed fairly well? Could there be a drug people growing marijuana out there?
Well, the university conducted a survey back in the 90s, I think it was. They were going looking for the frog pond, and then they did find some frogs out there with some spore. They said it was some spores in the sort of algae or something in the water there that had a hallucinogenic effect. So yeah, I mean, it's crazy stuff. But the only other folks that have done done any kind of survey out in the woods were the original what do you call them, the missionaries that turned up
Missionaries.
when the town was founded. I mean, they went out to Megiddo's Hill and they surveyed that great big rock that's stuck out of it. And yeah, they seem to be the most interested about what's out there.
Well, see, you go and tell a bunch of high school kids that there's hallucinogens, and the first thing that happens is they go out there and they start licking frogs.
Yeah, most of the kids, they just go up to the Devil's Claw and they tell ghost stories around the tree late into the night. But that's one of the safest places out there. It's on one of the main paths. You can't miss it. It's just this great big dead tree that kind of stuck out of the ground, literally like looking like a clawed hand of the devil coming straight out of the earth.
A ghost tree, you said.
Deputy Marinovich, are you local?
Yeah, born and raised.
So you don't appreciate that most places don't have standing stones on Megiddo Hill where missionaries went and mystical frog ponds, because those are both very unusual kind of descriptors.
I always thought it was fairly normal. It's the stories say that it was like an old relic that was left behind by the Native American Indians that used to live here. I think God knows what happened to them, but they left this relic behind. It's a massive triangular obelisk, like a spike of black stone that comes out of the top of the hill that's got all these pictograms all over it.
Huh. And it's on a hill that they decided to name it Megiddo.
Yeah.
Which is, I believe, where Armageddon is supposed to begin in the Bible.
Well, now hold on just a second. There's not an altar there, too, is there?
No, not that I'm aware of. I think I did go up there once. No altar that I can remember. Just this great big black stone. Yeah.
And the markings on it, what do they look like?
Scratch marks, chisel marks on it. Like some of these figures you find down in the southwest, where all the like what they call the Anasazi, all their kind of stuff they left on the walls.
Do you guys have like a historical society in town where they would have like pictures of these things? And
oh yeah, I mean most of that's more the university that's interested. I mean there is a historical society in town. I say historical society. A lot of them say a lot of them. Some of them kind of more interested in doing ghost hunts these days. But the main historical society itself, their museum is set up in the Trist Manor House down by the lake.
Cool. Maybe they have pictures of these things. Maybe the university does too. It sounds like an interesting little town. By the way, do we smell the paper mill?
Oh yes, there is. You have to go outside and wait for the wind to be blowing in the right direction. But there is this whiff of very not pungent, but yeah, very distinctive odor that wafts across the town.
And doesn't the paper mill bother you living here?
Well, it's the main employer besides the university.
All right, but it stinks.
Not very often. And it's only if the wind catches it in the wrong direction.
So you have an ancient standing stone, a spooky tree that people visit on a main path that's fairly safe and doesn't get wolves attacked, but it's called the Devil's Claw.
Mm-hmm.
And the Southey family makes the money from the paper mill. Have they been here forever?
For at least 3 or 4 generations. I mean, it's Bob Southey the fourth. So, I mean, they got really imaginative in that family, calling each of their sons Bob.
Yeah, if it works, it's better than Randy Goodbride, the bridegroom.
Oh, you met Randy? Oh, he's a nice guy.
He seemed all right. How's he with cars?
Not as good as the Reverend. The Reverend's got he's got the touch. I mean, he can tap a car, listen to it, and tell you what's wrong with it.
Well, ours is pretty straightforward. We bent our axle trying to drive around a wolf.
Probably doesn't need to tap it then.
And what did what's the French family called?
Oh, the Bossanells?
Yeah, where did they make their money?
Old money family back east, as far as I'm aware.
And the missionaries founded St. Anselm?
Oh, they came here before I believe there was a town. Um, this is quizzing me on local history now. Uh, yeah, what was it? Jacob Potter founded or didn't found the town. The town was founded by Trist and his bunch of reprobates that went up to the governor's house. But the Potter owned a fur trading, like a trading store here. He set it up, but then the team from the Vatican, they turned up with all their gubbins, and they set up the what they call the thing, not ministry,
Mission?
mission. That's the word.
The Vatican set up a mission here.
Yeah, they came from Rome.
Must have been pretty fucking important.
I don't believe to understand the ways of God. Like they say he moves in mysterious ways.
So is the city hall what used to be the cathedral and is now converted to a city hall?
Oh, that's don't get me started on the architecture of that place. I get lost whenever I go in there. No, it was built from scratch. So it happens to look like a cathedral. In fact, the architect, she committed suicide before they finished the place, so they had to find someone to try and come in and complete the plans. But yeah, they never got anyone to kind of complete it correctly. So it's a whole hodgepodge of different styles.
Okay, so all this is really, really fascinating, but we can't lose track of Faith and why we're here. I want to get to the Aurora or call over there to see if she checked in.
Yeah.
Maybe we can call there and then call the Carlton. See if she checked in at either.
Yeah, sure. We can definitely get you over there. So I very much doubt there'll be a kid staying at the Carlton. That the bloody Carlton, as it's known. That is
Color me shocked that the hotel's called the Bloody Carlton.
It's all the
why is it called that?
It's the mob hit that happened here years ago, back down in the Prohibition era. Apparently, there was some gangster got assassinated there, and apparently the walls in the upper floors have been running with blood out of the bullet holes ever since.
Be hard to rent that room.
For a small town, you guys seem to have a whole lot of stuff that's happened here.
Well, doesn't every town have its little quirks?
Little ones, yeah.
Let's just make sure Faith isn't another one of these stories the deputy is telling to a bunch of FBI agents. Let's figure her out. Come on, let's get to the Carlton.
Not
the Carlton, the Aurora.
The Aurora. Okay. Yep. You drive towards the outskirts of town, and it's again it's on the road leading out, but the road that goes out by the Air Force Base, but eventually splits to then go round the town. It's on the outskirts of town on that road there. And yeah, I mean, the first thing that you would think of is it's the Bates Motel. It is, there's a sign, big pole, flashing home that says Aurora Motel in neon lights. And you've got this single row of buildings that then becomes like an L shape where the office comes off at the end. You can see a couple of cars parked up front. And there is a little way beyond the property, there is a house that's on a very slight rise of a hill behind it. Doesn't look as gothic or menacing as the Bates house. There's no old woman in the window. But yeah, you can see there's a few cars parked up front, and there is the sign flashing that says vacancy. You do notice one of the doors is open to one of the rooms, and you spot just sat leaning in a chair up against the outside is a lady that's very much stands out a bit with her choice of clothing. She very much dresses like a hippie. Very bright and colourful clothing. She has a bandana around her head. She has a paintbrush that's tucked behind one ear. Flecks of paint on her dress and on her fingers as well, and just seems to be enjoying the day.
I would like to speak with her, gentlemen. Maybe one of you could check at the office.
Yeah, be careful you don't step on the fucking haunted cobblestone on the way there.
Well, she looks like a fellow artist, so maybe we have something in common.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll go to the front. I'll go to the front office.
I'll go with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Blake, could you come with me or Stu? One of you guys? We shouldn't all separate.
Why don't you go with him, Stu? I'm just going to walk the grounds and see if there's any signs of disturbance. Recently turned soil, say.
I kind of wanted to do that too.
Oh, you do that.
Go ahead. She's just some old hippie lady. I'll be fine. Don't worry.
I don't know. This town is that's just so interesting. I feel like just walking around.
Yeah, it feels totally safe.
It feels like there's a lot of stories they've made up to increase their tourism.
Yeah, the deputy might just have been pulling our legs. Out of town feds just giving us a bad time. Let's figure what's going on.
Right, so we've got Mateus heading over to the hippie. We've got Stu who's looking around doing the circuit around the grounds to see if there's any disturbed earth or anything like that. So is it then Leo, Blake, and Grant going to the front desk?
I'm going. Stu and I are doing the tour.
Okay, so Stu and Blake are doing the tour, and it's then Leo and Grant going to the front desk.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do Leo and Grant first then. So you go up to the front desk, and you enter through. There is an empty counter. There's a counter with a bell on the top of it. A door beyond that goes into what you think could be a back room. You can hear a TV playing out there, but there's no one on the front desk.
Okay. Is there a computer at the front desk, or are they still doing all their paperwork?
This is all paper.
Oh yeah.
Is there
a little credit card slider?
Is there a sign-in book, like they used to?
If
Nice
you
one.
lean over, you can see behind the desk where it's got one of those where it's the top counter, and then there's a kind of partition that's slightly lower behind it, where you imagine that's also where they've got their stationery tucked out of the way. There is indeed, you can see the corner of what looks like a large ledger.
I'm just going to reach over and pull it out and see if we've got somebody signing in that would correspond to when the girl arrived.
Okay.
I don't think she'll sign her name, but she might.
Just take a quick photo of the last signed page.
Gotcha. Yeah, you go down to you pretty much flick right the way through to the last page, the last signed page, and you do find a note in there that has the name of Paige Linton, the name of the counselor that's signed in, because she would have had to display a credit card when she obviously got here. So looks like she is using the counselor's credit card.
Yeah. Tap my finger next to the name.
She's in. Probably not.
Give Agent Shadrack a knowing look.
Doesn't say which room she's been assigned to.
Well, I'll carefully put that back and then ring the bell.
Okay. And there's a kind of louder, I'm coming, and a couple of sets of footsteps coming your way, and about 10-15 seconds later, a man and a woman both come out to the front desk, dressed fairly casually, say t-shirt, jeans. So, welcome to the Aurora. 2 rooms for you.
Oh, no. Hello there. This Special Agent Hendrickson and Shadrack from the FBI. And I'll show them a little, I'll show them the badge or the shield or whatever you call it.
Okay.
We were looking for a woman who might have checked in to your hotel, and we were wondering if you could help us.
Oh, yeah, sure. we certainly don't want to get in the way of law enforcement. Have you got a description or picture of the lady in question?
Yeah, I'll offer up the description.
Her name is Paige.
Oh yeah, Paige,
Goth
the
girl.
young lady that turned up. Must have only been about an hour or two ago.
Oh, good.
What room is she in?
No, we put her in number 6, down towards the end.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
There won't be any trouble. I mean,
Oh, yeah, I certainly hope not. Yeah.
all right. Thank you.
Right, you head on
Yeah.
out.
We're just making sure she's safe.
That's all we want. We've had enough gunfights here. We don't need any other trouble. Okay. Which point, so you've got Mateus who's wandering over to this pretty young girl that's leant back on the chair, just watching the world go by. She sees you coming.
She doesn't look like Faith, right?
Oh hell no. No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Since they didn't. Yeah. So I'll walk up to her and I'll say, you look like a fellow artist.
Her eyebrows raised. Yes, as a matter of fact. Why, you're also one of us?
I'm just an amateur, a hobbyist, but I love to paint with oils.
Oh.
What's your favorite medium?
Mostly the same. I do canvas, oil on canvas. I do lots of local landscapes. I've been doing them for a little while now. Yeah, some really nice scenery around here. It's great for inspiration.
I've heard about a few of the places. A tree called the Devil's Claw, and some standing stone, and of course the cathedral.
Don't know a standing stone. I know the Claw. I've been up there before. Spent pretty much the whole night there. Actually, just sat there watching listening to the woods, listening to the wildlife, and then watching the sunrise. It was really peaceful out there. Oh, the name's Lydia, by the way.
Oh, Lydia, I'm sorry. I'm Mateus. Nice to meet you. Hey, I was supposed to meet a young woman here, by the name of Paige. She looks like you haven't seen her, have you?
Oh yeah, she just checked in. Must be a couple of hour or two ago.
Yeah.
I had a quick chat with her out here. Not many people come to actually bother to come chat with me these days. I'm normally people just going to pass me by. But yeah, she noticed and came over. We had a bit of a chat. She was asking about the 4th of July celebrations, planning on going down tomorrow.
And what is going down tomorrow?
Well, it's the normal kind of thing. You have the party over at Tris Park. You have the massive fireworks display. I hear they're having quite a big one this year. And yeah, lots of people having fun.
Did she seem particularly interested in anything?
I think she said something about she wanted to go down there and meet someone that was turning up there tomorrow.
See. All right. Well, hey, it's been great talking with you, fellow artist. I wish I had time to paint, because there's definitely some striking landscapes around here. And you said Paige was just down here at the end?
Yeah, I think it's number 6. I think she's checked into.
Okay. And she went in and you haven't seen her leave?
Yeah, I haven't seen her leave. I mean, I've been sat here most of the afternoon. So
okay, great, thank you. I hope she's still in.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah, no worries. At which point you've got Stu and Blake going around the perimeter, and then you're going behind the building as well, and then kind of doing a whole circuit.
I mean, if you're gonna plant somebody, it's going to be behind the building. So, yeah.
Now, Blake, this feels like some place that, like, Stephen King could write his entire career about. Like, maybe you should consider moving here.
Once I get the my concern resolved. Well, although it is very cliche, right? Maybe I should go to a town where everything hasn't happened. This is as unlikely as Murder, She Wrote. Like that, obviously, that old biddy was killing everybody because you can't support a population of murders like that in a town that size. This place is so overdense with weirdness. Who's coming to a town like this and staying in a motel like this? What?
You know, I'm considering it after hearing all these stories.
Well, curiosity is one thing. Mortality is another. Although you made a point. Maybe the deputy is pulling our leg because it's not possible. But the way you describe this Air Force base that doesn't have any planes in it, I mean, everything is screwy.
It was the tightest security I've ever seen on a blank tarmac.
And they're keeping something behind a firewall. Forgive the unintended pun. You know, the Air Force is hiding two things that both collide with this situation. Anyway, do you see any freshly dug earth? Any mysterious driving marks? What is the occupation of there were 2 or 3 cars parked in front? What's the occupation look like?
I definitely think that rooms 2 and 4 are definitely occupied. You're not too sure about the odd number rooms, like 1, 3, and 5, but definitely 2 and 4 are occupied, and 6 as well. You can see the lights on in there. But probably more concerning is that when you ask about what's the kind of situation, or is there any turned over ground, you're fairly certain you hear a door being kicked in, and then some muffled male voice yelling something from one of the rooms, and there is an almighty as if someone lets go with both barrels on a double-barrel shotgun.
I'm gonna run straight for it.
Yeah, firearm at the ready.
Okay,
One of us at the door, one of us at the window, I guess. We can figure out where the sound was.
You think it was room 3. So you go to the window at the back. The shutters or the curtains are shut, and if Stu runs round the front, going round the office, and then coming round in from that side, the front door looks intact, and there's no sign of anyone in there. But you swear you heard the front door being kicked in.
Do we hear any of that?
You heard nothing.
I'm gonna kick it in then, if it's not already kicked in.
Okay, you raise your foot and you punt the door in, and yeah, it's an empty room. Looks like it's been turned over and has been cleaned up fairly recently. Maybe it could do with a bit more dusting, as if no one stayed in it for maybe a day or two. But
everybody get! Oh, there's no one here.
Of course, Blake hears Stu running in through the front door.
Yeah, and I'm tapping at the glass with the, not the butt, but the side of the gun. Hello, inside, anyone? And I hear Blake is like, wrong room.
Yeah. This is the point where pretty much Leo, Grant, and Mateus are on the outside, just about heading to room 6 when they hear Stu coming around and barging into room 3.
And he's got a gun out, right?
Running over to him. We come running over to where Stu is, thinking that he needs backup.
That's a year of pension gone.
Yeah.
What
Jeez, Stu, what's going on?
She's in room 6.
Particularly of maybe not have noticed so much to Leo and Grant, but when you turn around and run straight back towards that room, Mateus, Lydia isn't there. In fact, her chair that she was sat outside with is not there, and the door to room 5 is shut.
Jeez. What is going on?
Look, girl's in room 6.
Yeah.
Got the wrong room.
Let's knock on her door, but that lady's gone.
What lady?
I was just talking to her. When we came in, there's a lady sitting there.
Lady?
I walked. Yeah, she's gone.
So she's gone.
She was just there. We just turned around and she's gone.
I'm just gonna slowly
what's his name started kicking in the door.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Makes perfect sense. Let's get to Faith.
I'm just gonna slowly pop a pain pill.
Hey, good plan. Right, you get you all five of you can converge on room 6, complete with the bright shiny brass plaque of number 6 on the front. In which case, it looks like Mateus is knocking on the door. Right, there's a knock, knock, knock. There's a few moments of quiet as you realise there's a TV playing in the room that you can hear gets turned down, and then a female voice. Hello.
Hello.
Room service.
Land shark. Faith, this is Special Agent Weaver of the FBI. We're just doing a wellness check to make sure you're okay.
You've just announced yourself as being the feds, so can I?
That's my training.
No, true, yeah. However, she is a young girl on the edge that has you just basically saying, "Hey, look, I'm coming here from the authorities."
Oh no!
Give me a
that was a mistake.
Aura stroke charisma roll. But this is going to be challenging, so it's a D10.
D10.
Again, you have not such hostage negotiation, but you do have people dealing skills. So I'll let your FBI ride on that as well.
Okay, so +5. I only rolled a 2.
Do you want to spend Destiny to re-roll or spend 2 to automatically pass?
Yes. No, I'm going to spend 2 Destiny to make sure I pass.
Okay.
This seems important.
Good plan. Right. In which case, then, yeah, she you hear
it's my destiny to help this girl.
Hey. Tentatively, you hear some steps coming over to the door, and then you hear a latch being pulled back. And yeah, this young girl that matches the description of Faith that you've had peers out through the crack in the door, sees there's multiple of you there, and says, "Well, you say you're with the authorities?"
Yeah, and you're not in any trouble, Faith. We're just checking to make sure you're okay. Can you let us in?
Yeah, I guess.
Thank you.
Come on in. Right, and yep, you start to head on in.
I'm going to try to read her.
Okay. Yeah, that will be a charisma roll, or let's say an aura roll, using your mentalism previous occupation.
And I've both shelved my weapon and eyed other people to let's stand down.
Good plan.
Which dice?
Oh yeah, this is difficulty. I'd say it's not too difficult, so it's just gonna be a D6. D6 is the other way. D12, so make it average.
I love the D12.
Most underused dodecahedron.
Well, I got a total of 4.
Oh well. You're honestly not too sure, apart from the fact she's definitely a lady that's on edge, that's for sure. Means that she could maybe flip one way or the other on a flip of a coin or heartbeat. So yeah, you're wary, but no alarm bells ringing. Well, speaking of alarm bells, who's the last one in the room?
I'm likely okay.
Me, I'll be last.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a consultant, so I'm.
In which case, then, yeah, Grant, as you're heading in, yeah, for a second, you think you hear the sound of breaking wood further down the row of rooms, and then, but maybe it's a TV playing in one of the other rooms that's occupied.
What do you guess that was?
I think it's what Stu and I heard before. It sounded the same but farther.
It's a parrot. Let's just say it's a parrot.
Somebody's watching.
You think we ought to have a look?
Now we're right here. We're here.
Yeah. All right.
Yep, you're in the room with Faith, and she sits down on one of the two king size beds that's in there.
All right.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, we just want to let you know that whatever you tell us, we believe you. We're not normal, you know, feds.
You're not normal.
We're not
No.
we're not the kind of authority figure that doesn't listen, is what he means. So, for example, we think that you're afraid of or angry at Wincliffe, and we want to know what happened in the counselor's office.
Is she okay?
She's
She's
being treated.
Oh, I honestly, I think it's nuts. I was sat on the train trying to play everything back through my head, trying to work out what the hell had just happened. But the only the only thing I could latch on for definite was that after that stupid little shit, Carlton decided to touch my ass in the hallway, which just set me off because I'd had another one of these dreams last night, and the last thing I wanted was someone touching me like the way the way that freak was touching me then. So I just snapped. I just pent up all this pent up rage, and it had finally had something to go at. But I got sent to the counselor's office, and of course she shows me in there. I sit down and I happen to look at the desk where she's got a paper folded so I could see the goddamn guy's face right in front of me. And I confronted her saying, "Look, this is the guy. This is the guy I've been telling you about. The guy that I told you was real. The guy that she frankly did not believe me, even though she had seen my sketch and just was trying to pass it off as being, oh, it must be a coincidence. Oh, it must be just a delusion, or I'm seeing patterns where there aren't any." And that I just got the impression was that she didn't believe me, that she hadn't even noticed the article in the paper. And I just got so angry at her. I just wanted to explode. And the next thing I knew is that he was on fire. Just stood there right in front of me on fire. She had, she went, she staggered out into the hall. And I don't know, just something, this little voice in me said, you know what to do. Finally, you know who this person is. Go get some answers. So I took her bag. I took took the newspaper, which she picks up and waves at you from the that she's got on the bedside table. Determined that I would confront him when he turns up to this parade tomorrow, or this party tomorrow, demanding answers. I mean, who is this guy? Why is he in my dreams? Why is he torturing me? I just want to know what the hell is going on.
We want to know that too. And we understand that you are not causing the situation that has gotten so out of control. So we're going to take action to keep you safe and resolve the situation to the best of our ability. What else can you tell us? For example, how have things been since you got to this town?
If anything, I feel a lot calmer here. I mean, this is a nice little place. If anything, I wish we'd settled here rather than that goddamn soulless city.
Not a lot of bank branches in a place like this, of course.
Well, yeah, that's all that mum and dad do is work, work, work in finance.
So, given that this Wincliffe, who's caused you so much pain, is going to appear at this event tomorrow, what do you expect to do?
I just want to talk to him. I just want to, like I said, I just want to ask him, look, who are you? How do you know me? Why are you doing this to me?
That's very
I just want to get some straight answers because I can't think of any other way of getting them.
Mhm.
you want answers. Are you saying that like starting fires has happened to you before?
No, this is the first time.
But you wanted to know because of the dreams that you've been having.
Yeah.
You told your friend Crystal that you'd overshot. Is that the sense that you went too far when you were at Kansas City and you were meant to come to this place?
See her kind of mull those words over in her head, and then she slowly nods, like, yeah, yeah. Like I said, this feels right here. This feels like where I'm supposed to be.
Uh-huh.
Well, here's what we could do. Because obviously we don't want you asking this guy any questions and immolating him. We could ask him some questions for you if you want and relay the answers.
Do you want to give me an aura roll to back that up?
Sure.
Again, you can use your training on this because it is kind of negotiation in a way. Difficulty is average again, so it would be D12.
Perfect.
I'm
All
leaning
right.
over.
11. That's natural 11, so already a pass.
There you go. Well over target. So yeah, I mean she nods. Yeah, I mean this. I'm only looking at this kind of from the outside. With a rational brain. I'm just a high school kid that's turning up out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, having the FBI turn up and ask him some questions, he's more likely to respond to that. So yeah, I mean this sounds like a great. And then she kind of twitches slightly. Great plan. But,
Everything okay?
I've got my syringe at the ready.
Okay. Yeah, she looks like she's got a monumental headache as her eyes start welling up, not with tears, but definitely they're getting watery. And she holds up her hands to her head, and after
Matthias?
a second of
Jesus.
twitching,
I think I got a little Benadryl here.
after that, when you say Benadryl, her head snaps up and looks directly at you, and a male voice comes out of her mouth that just says, "You can put that shit away. It didn't help you last time." You're fairly sure you recognize that voice.
Yeah, I am going for the syringe right now.
Okay. This is where we test out how the combat mechanics work.
Okay.
So, the first thing is to establish initiative to see if you can go before it goes. I say it, not she. So, determine initiative. It's a D20 plus your awareness rank.
Knew it was it.
Yes, it was the clothes of the clown that gave it away.
I got a 16.
Okay, anyone advance on 16?
I got a 10.
I got a 10 also.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was I rolling?
D20
Awareness
plus your
plus-
awareness.
I got a 1.
You're at the bottom, man.
How do
I
you
got a
even do
12.
that? Is your awareness 0? How did
Oh, plus awareness, I got a 3.
you? Okay, yeah.
Perfect.
one.
Perfect.
Got a 12.
Okay. We have a 3-way tie on 10. So we'll get down to there if it actually gets there, because we might have Matthias be lucky, although he has spent his destiny. So no one else higher than 16. You say you had your finger or his fingers wrapped around that syringe. And
Yep.
yeah, she is seeming like stuff is about to go down. Do you want to lunge at her and try and inject it into her?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. This is how attacking another combatant works. You'll notice you have a defense value on on your sheet. That's the die type that someone rolls when they try to attack you in combat.
Gotcha.
So she has a hard challenge rating.
Oh my
defense value.
goodness.
So that's a D8 that you're rolling.
And do I add anything to it?
Yep, it's always going to be coordination when it's hand-to-hand fighting like this. But again, you are trained in defensive arts and at least fighting training with or close combat with the FBI, so you do get to add on your your occupational bonus again.
Okay, so that's +4 then, because I've got 2 in coordination. Geez, and a D8.
Yep.
Wish me luck. I got a 6, so that's a 10.
Oh, in which case, boom, you straight into her neck first time. Her head starts to, or she starts to go very limp. But as she starts to fold like a cheap suit, you hear this male voice going, and then finally she collapses on the back, on her back.
Oh
on
my
the back of
God.
the bed.
Thank God. I just put my back against the wall and start shaking because I know how close I was to disaster.
It's possession.
In fact,
Somehow.
as you say, it's possession. As her body hits the bed, her mouth falls limply open because she's got no muscle control at this point. I'm losing my throat. As she does so, this column of smoke starts to rise out of her mouth, and it starts to twist in the air, forming this shape in front of you. It's a bit bizarre. I would have a picture to show you if my computer was working properly. This thing has at least the outline of it being a male body. In one hand, it's holding what looks to be a burning torch. It's got 3 heads coming off the top of it. One predominantly is a twisted effigy of a male face with long hair and pointy ears coming off the top of its head. Next one coming off on one side of it is the head of a cat. And then there's the head of a snake coming off the other side of its neck. And also a tail of a snake wrapped around its midsection and almost coming out behind its back. This thing looks at you with a degree of utter hatred and almost locks each one of you in the eyes with one of its sets of heads before it shoots out through the door and escapes out into the world.
I don't know how to what I would roll for, but like a cult, this is like something out of the Key of Solomon.
Well, you say it's out of the Key of Solomon. You've pegged it where it's from, so you don't need to make an occult roll. The description of what you've just seen is Aim, one of the 21st spirit of the Goetia.
Aim. Yeah.
So Aim or Harbarim is a Grand Duke of Hell, very strong and rules over 26 legions of demons. He sets cities, castles, and great places on fire, makes men witty in all ways, and gives true answers concerning private matters. He's depicted as a man, handsome to some sources, but with 3 heads, one of a serpent, the second of a man, the third of a cat to most authors. Although some say a calf riding a viper and carrying in his hand a lit firebrand with which he sets the requested things on fire. End quote.
And you say this creature dives out the window and makes a break for it?
It goes through, goes towards the door. So even if you shut it behind you, it just goes straight through the door and out of the room.
One of the lords of hell.
Can we give chase?
You when you open the door, there is just an empty car park lot behind, in front of you.
Demons are often known for their swiftness. They can cover the earth in a second.
Now, what do you think that was?
That was a demon.
I'm going to take my cross out and just be like, Jesus, power of Christ.
I'm going to check Faith's vitals to make sure she's okay.
Yeah, you do a good look over her. I mean, the neural inhibitor is definitely doing its job. So lower brain function is there, making sure that her vitals are still going. As you do check her over there, you do notice on the back of her neck, there is what looks to be almost a burn mark or branding in the skin, which is, it looks a bit like a sigil of sorts. If Leo was to see it, if you showed it to him, it is the sigil of Aim. So it is from the Lesser Key of Solomon. It is that particular seal that has been almost raised out of her skin like it was a branding that was done very, very, very recently. You think probably even this morning that would have been done.
You guys see this?
That's the second time I've seen something like this.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
So there is some sort of satanic ritual going on here. and the
Well,
summoning
I
of
mean, we saved the
demons.
girl.
And I don't think we can save this town. This town is a bigger fish to fry, but it needs to get fried.
Seems like it has a lot of answers.
I think that might be the idea with the firework display, that it's going to get fried.
What's going to get fried?
The whole town. This
More
is a
power
fire
to it.
demon. Now, I don't know how, I mean, other than possibly taking the next 18 months to complete the Abramelin operation, we're not going to be able to control the demons.
And
We should-
I mean, I don't feel like telling Jim is going to do any good. I mean, they just let this stuff go. Like whoever he says he's reporting to, have you guys seen anything happen? I haven't.
Just this relationship with the airfield that you describe is some pretty screwy business. I was going to ask you earlier, Mateus, the guy that from the bus, you got him neurozapped, and
No, they tried to, but they didn't get him. He got away. I helped him escape, but it was the same voice. As soon as I heard that voice, I knew I had to get him before he started burning.
Right. Well, I thought, because you believe this worked, and it appears to, I thought perhaps you had a long-term sort of plan for treatment. But
No,
I mean, do we just we keep the
this is
girl
out of my realm.
tranquilized? We just keep her zonked out on Thorazine until she passes away in an institution, or
Leo seems to be the expert on this.
can we cure this brand?
She might be susceptible. She might be somebody who can be easily taken over again by the same demon. But I just had a horrible, 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 horrible thought. You've got an Air Force base with so many security and no airplanes on the field, and a demon of fire. Could the whole facility be underground? Nuclear bombs.
Oh. That was a different thing than I was thinking.
Oh, nuclear missiles. We're out in the middle of a rural area. Why would there be so much money in the area? There's a silo somewhere around here, I bet you.
I mean, but
I
there's
think
silos all over the place.
By 2002, I think many of the silos were being decommissioned, and most of the missiles have been moved onto submarines.
And if you
Maybe.
light a missile on fire, it doesn't launch toward Russia. One detonates and the rest are ruined. I don't think it's. I mean, that wouldn't be great, but that doesn't have anything to do with the weird, the standing stone in the woods and the frog pond. Like this whole
I don't
thing.
know.
What were you thinking, Stu?
I was more thinking that he was saying that maybe the military base was built over a portal to hell, but that might be a little bit more I mean, I say fanciful. We did just see a demon emerge out of a person's mouth.
Honest to God, until 5 minutes ago, I wouldn't have said that demons and angels and bullshit like that was real. But apparently, I mean, unless it was just pretending, well, maybe they're aliens.
You know, why do you think God allows it? Allows these
I don't know.
guys to be
Maybe
running
Arthur C.
around.
Clarke was right, and maybe it's just. But what I'm thinking of is they bring everybody here for a super big firework display and one gigantic human sacrifice to one atomic bomb going off. Maybe they're like the people in what was that movie, Planet of the Apes, where they all worship the bomb. If you saw that.
The newspaper said that they did a giant fireworks thing 3 years ago. Why wouldn't they have made the sacrifice then?
I don't know. Maybe the stars weren't aligned. Maybe the people.
This is all really interesting, guys. But
What do we do with the girl?
I gotta save this girl.
The girl's who we came here for. Why don't we just take
I'm
her
not
with
gonna
us and
turn
get the
her
fuck
over
out
to
of
Jim.
town?
Maybe we should just get the heck out of here.
What's wrong with Jim?
We don't know who Jim reports to.
Well, that's, if you work for the Pentagon, you don't know who's being reported to either.
How's
So,
all
What if
this
he
been covered up?
Yeah, what if
well, I don't
people-
think Jim covered it up.
He's like, oh, that place again. 24 casualties a year that the FBI doesn't know about. This weird military base where there's no military. Well, there's plenty of military, but there's no planes. Everything about this stinks.
But if he
This-
covered it up, then he wouldn't have said anything like that. I don't think Jim knows.
And maybe that's worse, right?
Right.
I mean, maybe he's just like a pawn of. I mean, I don't know, man.
I
mean,
just have a funny
this has
feeling
been
that I
in
don't
my
want to be here.
dreams for years about this terrible thing that happened on a bus, and now I find out it's some demon. And like, why were the people in the black van chasing the man? I mean, it just.
And that demon knew you personally.
I'm a little
Might be
overwhelmed right now.
That might be a slight miscommunication on my part. It wasn't directing Mateus, it was directing Grant when that voice said it didn't help you last time when he was popping pills.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the voice that reminds you of the kid that was possessed in your school.
Yeah, you may not believe in demons, but I sure do.
Well, I mean,
do you have experience with them, Grant?
Oh, yeah. I met a demon once before. He possessed a kid who went and shot up a bunch of other kids in the high school. And then I saw him come out of the kid once he got shot. Like a dark angel with a wolf head.
Well,
Took me several years to research the being that I saw. And eventually I found that his name was Andras. And he was a Marquis of Hell.
Marquis
From
of Hell.
Molesky Solomon.
Correct.
Is there a mini bar here? Because if there is, I'm cracking a bottle.
Yeah.
I think you can maybe fade to black as you are emptying the minibar.
Yeah.
As a quick little coda, though, how are you planning on wrapping this up? So, first of all, what are you doing with Faith?
we're
Take
gonna,
her with us, but I want to get the hell out of this town for 4th of July.
yeah, I think plan A is keep her doped up, get all of us out of whatever demarcation this could possibly be. Other side of the river is a good start. And then we'll see how the mark on her behaves when we get across a river. If that brand disappears, that's a good sign. Otherwise, we're looking at some alternate witness protection program for her to get the hell out of Dodge. Because she's gonna go down for the counselor. I mean, that's hard to get around.
I'm also kind of torn between, just sort of getting the heck out of Dodge and also doing the responsible thing, which is like keeping other people safe, knowing that there's a demon running around loose in town.
I don't know what we could do. What could we do?
Quick question, Game Master. In the counselor's handbag, are there any cigarettes?
No, there aren't.
God damn it.
She was a relatively healthy individual, apart from her fairly good caffeine addiction.
I think I saw a cigarette machine outside, though.
Yeah, you can easily get cigarettes if you want them.
I'll be right back.
And he's just not saying that he's having that 1 or 10 that he suddenly chain smokes.
So I've made clear that I'm not sure I trust Jim, but I'll go along with the rest of the group if they think the best thing is to get Jim involved and to move this on. But I'm really focused on her and her health. Part of me also has this desire to make sure nobody else ever goes through this. So, I'm trying to think what I can do. Maybe pick Grant's head some more, pick Leo's mind some more to see what they know about demons and plan for the future.
The problem is that if she's been turned into some sort of vessel or conduit, I'm not so sure that if the whole town blows up and we save her, we've just left another door for that thing to come back.
This place has been stable and weird for a long time.
I think because they made pacts with the devil.
I don't think they're going to blow it up. They've got a beautiful little situation here.
The devil usually works that way. It's like you get everything you want until your contract finishes, and then time to die.
It sounds like for the minute reaching at least some kind of consensus, you're at least getting her out of there, and
let's
then
get her out.
Keeping an eye on her for at least the immediate future. So once she's outside of town, I mean, she's going to be out for the rest of the day with the amount that she got pumped into her.
Sure.
By the time you get her back towards Kansas City, that mark on her back of her neck has gone.
Excellent.
So yeah, once you get her back the other side of the river, maybe when she starts becoming at least be able to use her mouth again, or at least be able to talk, that you realize, or at least you realize that she is completely free of this thing, that whatever it is has gone. Whether it'll come back, that's another issue or not. But she is still able to set things on fire. So if you were able to, like, say, I'll try and trying to set my cigarette on, or light my cigarette, she concentrates and she can still do it. But this thing has definitely gone out. This thing is out of her mind, out of her body now.
So we're going to recruit, essentially.
Oh, that's definitely a one potential way of looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah. If she's interested, we don't always get choices.
She's got a situation to escape from, though.
Right. So you're potentially then leaving this to you're passing this up the chain to Jim to then offer her a position, or are you keeping her away from Jim as much as you can?
I think we've got to give her the option, because the problem is this: if the higher ups and Jim find out that she's a pyrokinetic, then she's going to be given the choice that either she joins us or they hunt her down and kill her. And so we got to kind of tell her that. That's basically what I got told too.
Well, and they may not be Jim and his superiors. They may be the guys in the black van.
And see, if we try to keep her a secret, then they'll still hunt her down and find her.
Admittedly, your story that you've got the local police department to believe is that it was just arson because you planted accelerant all over all over the room. So that maybe then goes to, if you want to approach this question by a different route, what do you tell Jim? Do you tell her that she was a pyrokinetic, or do you tell him that no, she was just an arsonist and kind of really sweep it under the rug so even he doesn't know?
We could tell him that there was a demon that attacked.
Or we could say that she was present when the arson thing blew up and freaked out and ran away.
But also tell him nothing and keep her a secret until we thoroughly investigate Jim. Because there's no reason why we can't investigate our own organization covertly.
Well, yeah, Grayscale didn't go so well.
That sounds like pretty much the perfect point to leave it then. So you've got a number of loose threads that are dangling out there that will potentially over the course of time be other scenarios that I can put you through to examine what other mysteries lie at the heart of Potter's Lake and the surrounding environment. But yeah, as the bard said, there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. And that's where
I'm you, Shakespeare. All right. Excellent. So in that case, you don't want to tell us anything because we might come back to this and play some more and
My
find
lips are
out
sealed.
what's coming. All right. So I'll just go ahead and end it then. Our players included Max Meltzer, Steve Anderson, David Gasaway, Stefan Amshi, and myself, with Matthew Sanderson as the game master. We have a Discord server where you can chat with other members, you can set up private games, and you can learn the finer arts of gameplay and game mastering. We provide audio-only versions of our shows for you to download from Spotify, Podbean, or iTunes. Support for the show is provided by our patrons who are listed in the closing credits. If you would like to help our show and show us your appreciation, you can visit our Patreon page listed in the description, or you can use the thanks button just below the screen. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel and punch the bell icon for updates on our latest shows. Leave us some comments. We enjoy reading them and answer any questions you might have. This is Thom Raley, together with all the members of our gaming club, inviting you to journey with us once again into the darkness for another adventure into the... What's the hell's the name of the game?
Heaven and Earth.
The Heaven and Earth role-playing game. Until next time, good luck and good gaming.